Okay, good morning and welcome to the NZIPP Iris Awards, sponsored by Canon, our major sponsor.
Watch.
Okay, and then we are now in the landscape category, which is kindly sponsored by our Ilford.
Managing the colour within my images is integral to what I do. My name's Ian Vanderwald. I'm an Ilford master and I've been a professional photographer for close to 40 years. Many creatives work within a controlled colour workflow. However, the one thing that stands out to me is how very few view the final product under controlled lighting conditions. The new Ilford Ilfalux colour viewing lamp now makes it easy for anybody to view their work under controlled lighting. This versatile unit is conveniently powered by USB, is portable and supports all industry lighting standards. The affordable Ilford Ilfalux is a great addition to anybody wanting to complete their colour managed workflow.
Okay, thank you, Ilford. We are in the landscape category for the Iris Awards. The landscape category celebrates landscape photography that demonstrates technical excellence and honest representation of the environment as captured in camera. The category emphasises skillful execution and attention to detail, rewarding images that portray the scene in its most genuine form, maintaining the integrity of the original landscape. It includes both interpretive landscapes as well as traditional and indoor landscapes, providing the integrity of the original scene is preserved. The intent of this category is to reward photographers for capturing landscapes that accurately reflect the scene, showcasing technical skill, creativity, and attention to the natural beauty of the environment. Entries should demonstrate an understanding of the landscape's true essence, celebrating the photographer's ability to faithfully represent the scene while maintaining artistic integrity. This is a minimal editing category. These categories celebrate the in-camera captures while allowing minor post-production adjustments that enhance the image while preserving the original capture. They may utilise in-camera creative techniques such as intentional camera movement and multiple exposure photography. Only tiny distractions can be removed, ensuring the image remains true to the original capture, and composites are not allowed. In this room today, you've got myself, Tracy Kennedy, as your panel chair. Sitting beside me is Justine Wetherall. Out the back from the Christchurch Photographic Society, we have Robin, John and Carolyn. They are our print handlers for today. We have judges Jace Blair, Marama Shearer, Tony Stewart, Mike Langford, Rebecca Kempton, Tony Carter, Janine Fletcher, Jackie Rankin and Catherine Williams. Righty-ho, shall we invite Mike, Jace, Jackie, actually we've got to do the run-through. Sorry, right, run through please. Okay. Okay, judges, have you got any other exclusions? Okay. Right, welcome to our live stream viewers. As I said before, we're in the landscape category. We are going to welcome Catherine Williams, Jace Blair, Mike Langford, Jackie Rankin and Rebecca Kempton to the judging panel, please. Okay, can we have the first print, please? We have an initial score of 77, Bronze Award, and we have a challenge from Rebecca.
Hi, I scored this 82 silver. I was just really intrigued when I went up to it to find just more and more detail. And for me, it's the relationship between Earth and what's above, you know, that sky, land correlation. It's been done in camera. It's been beautifully handled. I think, you know, having the roots, but they're not roots, they're trees that are growing underground, which there's so much more of the tree that does exist under the earth, as well as above the sky and above the earth. And I just think it's, I think it's interesting. I think we haven't seen, you know, something like this before, and I think it's been really well done. And I think it's sitting in that silver range, 82.
Okay, we're going to hear from Mike next.
My neighbour.
Yeah, I gave this 71. I saw it as a technique which dominated my thinking, but more than that, I saw it as tonally not different enough. I saw lots of middle greys, no real blacks, no real whites, so I found it technically sort of quite average. Even though I like the technique and I think it's been well done, I just didn't think it was a higher award standard for me.
Okay, and in the middle there we have Catherine.
I was on 78 with this and I felt really comfortable in that range. Excuse me, the overall presentation I thought is quite richly rewarding when you go up closer with the details in the base of this. And the presentation with the space around the matting, everything sort of holds that idea of the earthiness without having those bright whites. I think that is really effective. What is sort of holding me from going up further is the composition, that sort of diagonal dissection and the clunkiness in the clump on the base that goes down. I feel my eye just anchors right in there and it stops me from exploring the fullness of the frame.
Back to you, Rebecca.
Thanks very much. For me, the technique was actually, I wanted to reward that because it has been done in camera, and so for me that was a real plus. I do think that to go in regards to the diagonal line, to me that really that actually draws me into the earth, and it kind of proves the point of the fact that there's so much of the plant that happens underground and that we don't see, and we are able to see it here. We're able to see that growth underground, and it does pull me from the left to the right, further and further under the earth, and it kind of makes me think what's further down. So yeah, but anyway, let's see.
Rescore, please. Hey, good talking, but we now have a challenge at 79. So judges, can we please have either a 79 or 80, please?
I don't think I can do it. Can't.
So we have to wait,
Sorry,
do we?
it's thinking, judges.
Okay.
Hey, and we have a score of 79, Bronze Award. Congratulations. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is professional standard. We all have that. Can we have a comment from Jackie?
The composition is working really well here with the man-made subjects within the landscape. I feel it needs a little bit more vavoom, something that I think that vavoom comes from interesting light or a storm, some layers that come through with some mist or something like that probably happens in this area. The black and whites are good and the balance is right, but just that little bit more vavoom.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 80, which is majority 3. Silver award. Can we have a comment from... Let's go, Catherine.
Yeah, fantastic, ambiguous scene with this. The surprise of the anchoring with that light base to it, I think, is very effective. I think possibly this could have gone further if there was a little bit more balance caused with the top right sort of lightens up so much. I feel my eye is drifting out of there, but a well-worthy silver in my eyes.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Cool. Right. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
This could have been a very successful image had you lightened it up, separated out the tones, made the foreground, middle foreground and background separate. As it is, you've clumped them all together and tonally and they just merge. So just work a little bit more, but it's a great design, balance and scene.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 74, which is the average. Okay, can we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
When I saw this image, it just made me smile, perhaps because I live rurally, but there's something really lovely and quiet about this moment. To bring it up, I would just sort of watch the vignetting, and yeah, I think I sort of closes the image in a little bit, but do keep shooting and looking for these moments. They're really special to have one animal on a ridgeline like this, and keep going.
Thank you. Next print, please. Right, we have an initial score of 75, which is a bronze award, average. Can we have a comment from Catherine, please? Well, Chase?
Excuse me. Love to see exploring some in-camera movement and the interesting concept of keeping the moon punching through. Tonally a bit, a little heavy and muddy for such what could be a really delicate, painterly kind of image. Maybe looking at keeping it a bit lighter and finding the right tonal balance for that painterly feel.
Thank you, Jace. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 84, which is a silver award. And Rebecca, you're going to challenge? Yes, you can.
I scored this an 87. I think this is so deserving of that distinction level. For me, what I saw was, I was trying to remember what it was, but it's a protea flower. It's the protea hop flower. It's one of those beautiful sort of bulb-like flowers, and it really just captured me. And then I got closer, and this insane detail and these beautiful ripples and all of those little veins that sort of, you know, for me, it's like sitting in a cup, like this bulb of flower. That's what I see. The colours are absolutely beautiful. The tonal range through those blues, those light bits, it draws you up from the bottom left up into the top, and then you get to explore these exquisite tiny little sort of ripples and detail. And I just think it's really unusual for, yeah. I'm sitting in silver distinction. I think it sits in there.
Okay, Jackie, you know what's coming.
I scored at 68. And things like that obviously happen when something that is... When I came up, I was taken by the sharpness of the water, and I thought, well, that's the subject, but what was behind the water became a distraction for me. I was looking for some little anchor to hold my eye, to bring me into that background. There is kind of no mid-ground for me. I was staying on the surface and disappointed by the unfocusedness of the background. I'm not saying I'm right, but it was just, I was a bit disappointed when I got in there. That yes, the colours are beautiful, they work for that, but I didn't get your protea. I didn't get how that all came together to be the subject in the background. I was confused.
Okay, Catherine got in first, guys, sorry.
I was on 84 with this, and I'm supportive seeing this go higher than that, so I'm going to come into silver with distinction. The few things that really stood out to me is, as you go up to this, you get a real sense of three-dimensionality, and you can feel those ripples. I actually wanted to physically touch that because I felt like it came out at me, and that's something that you really explore as you come up closer to the print. There's a milkiness to this, and that milkiness makes that out of focusedness work because I feel depth, and so that adds to that sense of that. And the bulb structure, I do see that now, and that sort of replication through nature, that's really beautifully done.
Okay, back to you, Bex.
I think you answered my questions, Catherine. So I answered the Jackie's, that confusion. I think that's really incredible when you have confusion in an image, though. Like, I think that sparks something, and why and how and what because, I think that's really powerful. That I'm also now seeing the icebergy kind of, the more I look at it, the more I see. I think that's really incredible to achieve that when, the more that you look at it, the more you can see in there. I'm hopefully getting you up into silver distinction.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. Good talking, 86, silver distinction. Right, next print, please. Okay. Yeah, can we have the print, can we just take the print away for a moment, please? Oh, blank screen, that's what it was. Okay. While we're waiting for honours to come in, and just check a thing. Catherine, can we have a bit about you, please?
I'm Catherine Williams. I'm based in Christchurch. I run a portrait studio with Tony Carter, White Wolf Studio. I'm 2 times winner New Zealand Professional Photographer of the Year and a former NZIPP president. They're a couple of my hats. Over to Jace.
You keep doing this.
Off you go, Jace.
How many former NZIPP presidents are on the panel right now?
Oh, yeah.
That's 3 of us, I think. My name's Jace Blair. I'm mostly a commercial photographer and videographer based on the west coast of the South Island in Greymouth. Former landscape photographer of the year and NZIPP president immediately passed. That's about it. I'm running out. I like the outdoors, the mountains. I'm really excited to see all this beautiful landscape work. And also excited to hear from Jackie.
Hi, I'm Jackie Rankin. I live in Twizel, which has just recently been put on the weather map. It's very exciting. One of the coldest places in New Zealand, and the kind of the centre of our universe with Mike Langford. We run photographic workshops throughout mainly the South Island and internationally to China and Japan this year. And love landscape. I've been a landscape photographer since around 2000, year 2000, and I've won Professional Photographer of the Year twice, I think. Once, I'm not sure. I'm running out. And in Australia, Grand Master of the AIPP when it was back then, and it's now resurrecting itself, which is amazing. And Grand Master here a couple of times in New Zealand. Over to Mike.
Is it even? Is it even?
It was brighter at the bottom.
It was really bright at the bottom. Yeah.
So we're good to go? Oh, saved by that, Mike. Right, can we have the next print, please? Same print, yeah. Okay, we have an initial score of 82, but we have an automatic challenge from Catherine.
Sure did. I gave this 93. In terms of, this is a faithful representation of landscape with artistic interpretation in spades. And I just see so much beauty in the balance in this. And I really get this feeling like I'm looking at, I mean, it's full of pareidolia for sure. But what I'm really seeing is like an emotional chart. I look in there and I see, you know, Anger Patman, and I see like, it's not in your face, those shapes, but I feel emotion in the different shapes, and there's almost like, you know, I feel like I could connect with different photographs in this, depending on how I'm feeling on a given day. And then that last photograph gives me the information about, you know, in terms of what this is really about, what the actual subject of this is. So there's just such a beautiful rhythm and balance in this.
Okay, Mike, you're at the other end.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine, because I didn't see that, and I do now. So that's helped a lot, and I will be coming up into an award category.
Okay, and Jace.
I was on 88, and I am very interested in your interpretation, Catherine. The thing I'm not supposed to be at the other end, but the thing that held me out of gold was the choice to include so many images. I like the code and then the key to the code at the end. I like the emotional interpretation. I also see, there's some real gems in there. There's a bird, there's a crescent sort of, which is a reference to the moon, it's a moon made of a moon. There's some really cool things in there, but like every one of those squares has to justify its position. Would it have worked with 9 and been stronger? That's what held me out of gold. So if you can help me up, give me a leg up to gold.
Okay, Catherine.
A leg up. Here we go. That balance of having 16 allows that moon to not dominate. So you pull that back to 9 and your eye is only going to go there. There's so much more rhythm going through this with the different shapes, and this is telling us about movement. And so it's an ever-changing movement that relies on those 16 to give us in. There's so much decision-making here and how these are laid out that pulls your eye, the direction is pulled in the right spaces. The consideration of how much white space is outside to the mat is beautiful, and the narrow gaps. Everything is so considered in this, and that's why I'm looking for gold.
All right, rescore, please, judges. Congratulations, good talking, Catherine. We have 90 Gold Award. Well done to the photographer. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 80 of the average, and yes, Jackie, you can challenge that.
I scored at 86 into that distinction range. I just, the technique suits the subjects. The colour tones are beautifully harmonised from the warms to the blues in the background. There's a lovely movement through from left to right. I thought it had elevated up into that higher scoring range. And I think it's those little differences of the lighter area on the left balancing out that deep brown that's in there. I thought it was emotive and beautifully printed as well.
Okay, at the other end we've got Jace.
Yeah, I was on 73, and I think I enjoyed the movement for sure. There is something really nice in the tone and the little golden hue coming through. The lack of anything to grab hold of in the sky. There's a lovely blush of blue on the left, and then there's a big empty bright white triangle on the top right, which I couldn't get away from, and in such stark contrast to that heavy dark area that it lost its softness. But I'm definitely listening. The more I spend with it, the more generous I feel.
Okay, and in the middle we've got Mike.
Okay, yeah, I gave this 82, but I definitely think it's worth a distinction because the elements, the idea of the flow, the idea of the movement and the colour palette, they all flow together. They're all part of the same harmony. And I think it's the harmony of the image that's making it work. I agree with you, Jason, that there's a large area that's unresolved, but it's a balance to the heavy area that's there. And if you haven't got a light area to balance a heavy area, then it becomes overall heavy. So I'm sort of seeing it as balanced. So yeah, I'll go up to an 86.
Okay, thank you. Back to Jackie.
Yes, that you can almost feel when the light rays come from the other direction, what's it called? Cross-specular coming through, and there are very subtle lines coming through that top right-hand corner that fill that space. So I think that's been resolved. So well done. I'm asking you to come up to silver distinction, and as this has sat here longer, I think it has become more endearing. So well done.
Rescore, please, judges. Jackie, do you want to put your same score in? Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Well done. Thank you, judges. We're going to have a quick judge change, please. We are going to say thank you to Catherine and Rebecca, and we're going to ask Tony and Tony Carter to pop on for a bit, please. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 82, but there is an automatic challenge from Jace.
All right, come on, guys. I felt brave. I went 93 for this, so I put it in gold. And partly, you know, I'm a sucker for a minimalist landscape. And what drove me beyond just that that gut reaction was the two things. And I'll listen to your feedback, but the two things I'm gonna really zero in on right now are the droop on the right-hand side, and I can't quite explain to you why that elevates this so much for me, but it was an instinctive reaction to just. You could have easily left it out. You could have cropped it slightly on the right, and it would have been so much more rigid in structure. But that droop just gives it this like whimsy that I can't explain. So I was like, that's a feeling that I wanted to reward, and the puff of smoke started to make me think of either it was the barrel of a gun and the puff of smoke coming out, or a cigarette or a cigar with a trail of smoke. It started to evoke things that it's not, and tell another layer of story. So that's what I rewarded, but I am listening.
Mike, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I gave the 77. Look, Jason, that's all pretty interesting. And and it sort of makes me think about this this bunch of trees as being a slug or something that's crawling its way into frame, and the little tilt on the right-hand side is part of that. It's actually coming into this image to talk to us, and I find that really fascinating as well. So I'm coming up to a silver.
Okay, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 86, and I think it comfortably sits in that silver distinction range. I think what you just said, Mike, is how I felt about it. Was something inching along the ground, or a train coming into the scene. I think the presentation of it is outstanding. It's been finished to a very beautiful level, and just the tonality of the sky against the ground all has a balance and shows craft and art of somebody who knows exactly what they're doing. I think I'll be staying in silver with distinction. I don't think there's quite enough to sort of elevate it into gold for me, but I'll definitely listen to what Jason has to say on his wrap-up.
Thank you, team. I'm hearing a lot of positives, and I love the caterpillar or the slug or the inchworm interpretation. I also thought about a train, and I thought maybe I was crazy, so I'm glad you brought that up, Tony. With that, and that puff of smoke elevates that. I went back for another look, and the handling of the detail and tone in the snow in the foreground, that's just not blown out, and the rewarding crispiness in the hedge when you look at it literally, and then when you step back and look at it figuratively or abstractly, and get all these different stories or interpretations of such a simple scene, that balance between abstraction and resolution is a delight to me. So I went gold for that delight, and I encourage you to come up with me.
Rescore, please, judges. Okay, we have a score of 87, silver distinction. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 79 average. Tony's going to challenge that.
I'm on 82. I think the handling of this landscape, it's got so much happening in there, but there's still a visual harmony, a softness. You can almost feel that sun on your face and the quietness there, and it gives you that warm sort of feel. And I think it's been beautifully handled. The darkness down in that bottom left-hand corner could be seen as a negative, but I just love the way that lets your eye drift around the rest of the image. So I think it's been handled in quite a, in a very good way, and printed beautifully and presented beautifully. So I gave it an 82 at silver.
Okay, Jackie, you're at the other end.
I scored at 74 in the professional practice range, and I think it was that there was too many subjects within the frame that got me. The sheep and the lighting is great, and I just wanted to keep cropping off the pond and the tree that's so dark and opposite in emotion and context that kept me down there. So I'm wishing it had been cloned out and put into another category, and it might have for me. But that's what was bringing me down, was that incongruity.
Okay, Jace.
Yeah, I'm there with you, Tony. I was actually 83. I think this is definitely a silver. I agree, Jackie. I would have loved to have seen an option with a crop or a bit of cloning to simplify the composition, but that would have brought it up to a silver with distinction easily. I just want to be a sheep on a hill in the sunshine.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
We just need one more sheep to get this into silver. It'd be fantastic if we could get there, guys. I hear what everybody's saying, and I do agree, but I still think it's at a level where silver is a fair score for it.
Rescore, please. Tony, did you want to put your score back in?
Sorry.
Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 75, which is a bronze award, but we have an automatic challenge from Tony Carter.
I'm Mr. Silver Distinction Man at the moment. I'm on 86. I find that the calmful feel of this, that bright light coming through, and normally that sort of thing just bothers the hell out of me, but for some reason I feel it sort of works. The handling of this is beautiful. That foliage coming in from the left, that surrounding that bright light coming through, the gentleness of that person just sitting comfortably into this quiet landscape is so beautifully handled. I just feel like this image has just had such a delicate touch, and there are a few things that would normally, you could say as a rule, with that lighting, but I think it's just been handled in such a beautiful way that it's a silver distinction for me.
Okay, Jace.
Not with you this time, sorry, mate. I was 67, and what I will say is that I commend this photographer's vision for a moment. The conditions are gorgeous, and I see what they've seen. What held me back severely was just the technical handling. So a couple of things. Obviously, the sun is completely burned out, and it's just so bright white that it's hard to get past, and you lose all of the subtle detail in the lower part of the image, which could be so rewarding, but you just can't see it because that blinding sun. And I guess maybe that's literal. The foreground foliage is a nice inclusion, but it's over sharpened. It's got a bit of a halo or a bit of crispiness about it, and then the overall image has a digital artifacting about it. There's a grid, there's a pixelation, which if I could see it in any way as a creative choice, I would be interested, but I can't see it as anything but a consequence of the digital capture or the enlargement or the lack of pixels or something about it that ruins that softness. It makes it feel very digital. If you can turn that into a meaningful decision by the photographer, I'm all ears.
Okay, Mike, you're in the middle there.
Jason's just said it all for me, thank you, Jason. And I'm sorry, Tony.
Okay, Tony. 75 bronze.
Enjoy your bronze. Yeah, I take on board what you're saying about that artifacting. I actually didn't see that. Before that, I was going to get you some sunglasses if that sun was bothering you, but maybe some prescription ones. But no, I totally take on board what you say, and it's still a good, a bronze is a good score. Thank you.
Rescore, please, judges. Okay, 75 bronze award. Thank you, judges. Can we have a blank screen, please? And judges, we're going to take a quick break while the gentlemen strap down those cords so you don't trip over them. Actually, yeah, Mike, if you go, have a word out to the live stream audience for us,
Okay,
please.
I'm married to Jackie Rankin. And everything she said goes with me as well. A former president along with two others on the panel. It's been a pleasure to be a member since 1983. So I think I'm one of the oldest active members of the Institute, which makes me really old. That's really bad, isn't it?
Thank you, Mike. Marama.
Hi, I'm Madama. I'm from the King Country in the North Island, so it's nice to be down here this year, and it's not so cold today. I thought I was going to freeze to death. I have my masters with distinction, and I'm hoping for some golds this year, judges. So bring it on. So happy to be here amongst you all.
Thank you, and Tony Carter.
My name's Tony Carter. I'm one half of White Wolf Studios here in Christchurch, where we specialise in portraits, families, and lots of other different projects. I'm 7 times New Zealand Photographer of the Year. Catherine Williams, my partner, she also forgot to mention that she's actually 2 times New Zealand Documentary Photographer of the Year. Oh, she's gone. But anyway, so that's us.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a majority 3, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment from Tony Carter?
Yes, I was on 82. The composition of this is beautiful. The sky's fantastic. The part that probably kept it away from being elevated to a higher level that I thought was actually the colour, was sort of keeping your eye thinking about colour, whereas it almost feels monochromatic. And also just that little gap through the rocks there, your sort of eye just sort of falls through that with nothing behind it. But still a beautiful image.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you for your judging at the moment. We're going to swap you out with Tony Stewart, please. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. Okay, that's good. Can we have a comment from Jace, please?
Yeah, I actually kind of wished that someone had got this so they could explain it to me, and I thought it might be really interesting, but I think what has happened is that there's not quite enough to get. The level of abstraction is so far that there's nothing left to hang on, and we didn't find anything to connect to. But I love, explore that further, and you might find some really rich ground here, I would say. Or maybe a square crop. Maybe Jackie says, yeah, that little detail in the top left might be a little distracting, breaking the balance.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 92, which is a gold award. And Jace, go for it.
I gave this 97, and maybe I didn't even go high enough. We've got what could be a charcoal sketch. This would be an incredible charcoal sketch, but it's been created in camera by the photographer. It's rendering this chaotic street scene in a way that just has so much vibrance and movement and hustle and bustle with such a carefully constrained palette. Tonal range is exquisite. It's just enough without being, there's a temptation to push the contrast, which hasn't been overdone. There's a temptation to introduce colour, which is not necessary. There's so much communicated with so little here, and it feels like I've just watched someone create this by hand in front of me. It's fresh and interesting and vibrant in such a restrained way that I think it deserves an absolute reward. 97, come to gold distinction with me, team.
Tony Stewart.
I was 87, and I, for the same reasons, love it. Jason, I don't know where this is taken, but to me it feels like you're coming out of an opium den in Asia, and you've kind of got this warped sense of, well, only once, and but you've kind of got this surreal abstractation that sort of your mind's warped, looking through sort of speckled glass. I will certainly come up. I perhaps didn't go as high initially for the fact that it was printing a little bit grey and flat, and my eye was being brought down into that lower bright spot with quite a sharp edge. But the key part that I did enjoy the most was that what seems to be a stick figure, a personification of someone there just in that sort of centre right, which I thought was perfectly positioned.
Okay, Jackie, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, in support of the print, I'm on 93. I'm thinking about this distinction because it's such a moody photograph, and that grey sort of charcoaly feel really goes with it, and that's so great. And then you feel this underworld sort of feeling, and then almost like tombstones happening up in the top and a distance. So you've got a foreground, a midground, and this background that alludes to in other places. So it's very emotive. And Jace, I'm going to come up onto that distinction range.
Mike.
Yeah, just adding something more to it. This is about our imagination as much as it is the creator's imagination, and I think that's the point that's making it super special, is we are allowed to explore this with our own imagination and mind, and it's taking each of us somewhere different, and that's a real excellent communication thing. So let's go for it.
Okay, and Marama.
Yeah, I really enjoy this. It reminds me of an impressionist painting. So if we look back at the old masters, and for this to have been done in camera, I think it's really special. It's quite fabulous, and it should be rewarded as such.
Okay, Jace.
Awesome. I'm glad you're all with me. We're going to gold distinction. It's just a matter of how high. I would invite you to have just one more look to find all of the rewarding details that are little Easter eggs hidden throughout. There are figures and shapes and just things that just resolve enough to give you a story. You're on the streets of Hanoi. You've just come out of an opium den, or you're moving through an unfamiliar, anonymous city of the world on a dark, rainy day. It's hustle and bustle. Everyone's trying to get somewhere. You're just taking it all in. It's just to throw something else in there. It also gives me this kind of like X-ray kind of vibe where there's some layer of like maybe you've just slipped in that puddle and broken your leg, and this is the X-ray of, I don't know. I'm getting crazy now, but there's so much in it and so much to reward. Gold distinction. See you there.
Rescore, please, judges. Congratulations to the photographer, 96 gold distinction. Good talking, judges. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 78 on the average, and Jace is going to challenge.
Here I am again. My initial reaction to this was not as positive, but that hot air balloon is such a jewel. It's such a reward and such an incredible kind of pearlescent little gem against the background that I forgive any flaws, because it's a delight to find in there, and it's just handled really nicely. It's the star of the show. Like to hear some other thoughts.
Jace, what did you score it?
Oh, sorry, I gave it 84. Strong silver.
Okay, can we hear from Jackie, please?
I scored at 73, and the reason being is that I couldn't sort of relate why it was so heavily vignetted, and that the atmosphere around the balloon, that's about joy and delight, and the sharpness of the light coming through on the left was being counteracted by all this dark gloominess around the sides and almost a different colour palette. That's the reason why I was down at 73, if you can address those.
Okay, and Mike, you're in the middle there.
Jackie's just said it for me. I totally agree with her. But I actually think there's more than that, because if this is a jewel, it should be shining, and it's its mid-tones make it sort of not that important as it should be. And what it's flying through should be something really mystical. And it's menacing. It's dark and it's broody, and I just find it's a little bit out of control. So I gave it 76.
Hey, Jace.
I'm going to take those as deliberate choices by the photographer. So it's a dark, moody scene, and this shining pearl is emerging from that darkness. It is a story of triumph that is just blossoming for me. There's an uneasiness about that heaviness of the vignette and the murkiness of the clouds, which I think that's because your expectation of Hot Air Balloon Journey is whimsical and bright and happy, but actually this is a metaphor more for emerging from the darkness. And so I rewarded it as such because it challenged my expectations. Silver award, thank you.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 79 judges, so can we please do either 79 or 80, please? And it's just thinking about that, so 79 bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 82, but we have an automatic challenge from Jace.
Sorry, guys. It's I don't know what's gotten to me. Look, this is incredible. It does so much with so little. I almost wanted to touch it and feel the feel the ridges in that snow or sand or whatever it is. It's deceiving to my eye. It feels like it's coming out of the page. It feels like someone has carved this out of stone, not printed it on paper, and that is what is absolutely grabbing me. And I saw you all moving your heads around to get a better look at it from all the angles to try and figure out what was going on, and that's exciting. So let's hear it. Let's talk. My apologies. I scored at 92.
Okay, at the other end, we have Mike Lang.
Yeah, I gave the 76, which I guess it's because I didn't really understand it. Now, having said that, do I need to understand it? I possibly don't. It feels embossed, and I guess that's what you're relating to, is that feeling of visual depth on a single dimension, and I think that's what's bringing it up for me as I talk.
Okay, can we hear from Marama, please?
I actually really enjoy the paper choice. It's really interesting. It's so tactile. I do want to get in there and touch it and feel those grooves. To me, it looks like a person leaning over, and it's got this like hump on its back, and it's quite sad. It makes me feel quite sad and emotional for this person. So I'm listening, Jace. I could come up with you.
Okay, Jace.
Righto. Well, I'm hearing good, positive things. It sounds like we're all coming up. I think the fact that with such a restrained palette again, so little here, but so much to find. And I sit back here and I have to tell myself that is a two-dimensional sheet of paper, not a carving or something coming out. And that's to achieve that. And that is the control of the exposure, the handling of the post-production, the choice of the paper, the printing. All of those decisions along the way have added up to a really exquisite experience for the viewer. Does it slap you over the face with a strong narrative? No, but there's something there to celebrate and to explore that can hold your attention for a surprisingly long time. I think the sparkliness of the paper makes me more confident that it's snow, it's wind-etched snow or something. There's something literal there if you need it, but revel in the abstraction and come to gold.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. '86 silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 73, which is professional standards. Can we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
There's a softness and a serenity with this picture, which is well rewarded. So the time of day you've been shooting is brilliant, and you've got the low anchoring of those dark hills. So look, keep going, looking for the vision and the time of day, and I think you're on the right track.
Cool, thank you very much. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Marama, please?
I think this is a really pleasing image. It's sharp, it's interesting, it's got a white patch in the middle that draws your eye in towards it. And congratulations to the photographer. The printing is beautiful.
Thank you very much. We're going to give Mike a break, and Tony Carter, if you can jump on for a bit, please. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, silver award, and Tony Stewart's going to challenge that.
87 for myself.
Can you challenge it? He's already in the same scoring range there. I mean, I don't mind, but
I was 87.
you were 87, but 85 is already.
You know, good
okay.
point. Yeah, sorry. It just come up with the elective challenge, so yeah. It is a silver distinction, so yeah. Okay, so Tony, would you like to do the comments, please?
Yeah, comment. I don't know what I'm seeing, but I love it. If this is moss, if this is looking through a window, if we're looking looking down on a sort of a tennis court, the two objects in the middle adds mystery, and I love it for that reason, that we can all take something away and see something that's very unique, and we're left wondering. I'd still love to know more.
Constructive.
What's that?
Got anything constructive?
I don't know how I'd change it other than, yeah, potentially more space to give it some more breathing.
Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Let's hear from Tony Stewart about his accolades and who he is and what he does, please.
Well, we did a couple of years ago, and I think I still had it written down. So I live in Templeton and here in Christchurch, so local, and my work's across a range of genres, from a lot of commercial events and some wedding, but certainly landscape and documentary is where I spend a lot of time doing personal work, and that's probably where my heart and passion is getting out and about in the hills.
Cool, thank you. Right, what we can do is have a word from our sponsor, if I find the right piece of paper. Ilford is our category sponsor here in the landscape category this year. Ilford, do you want to read that?
So we've got a bit about Ilford here. For over 137 years, generations of customers have demanded the very best, and this is why they continue to choose Ilford. Operating from our manufacturing headquarters in Cheshire, UK. Our products are shipped around the globe and into the discerning hands of beginners, enthusiasts, students and professional photographers, as well as leading labs, classrooms and darkrooms. Formed from humble beginnings in 1879, when Alfred Hugh Harman began making gelatin dry plates in the basement of his house in Ilford, UK. The Ilford name has remained one of the oldest and most established in the photographic industry, and Harmon's legacy continues in more than just a name.
Right, thank you to Ilford. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 78 bronze award, and Jackie's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I scored at 82, and what flipped me into this range was that the similarity of the braided ridge line, or the braided river, or the whatever the braided looking it looks like. It looks also like a leaf, so much like a leaf, and I could almost see it as being a frosted leaf, and it took me into that next level just like that, because it had this analogy, and my mind flipped in, and it flipped into silver. I'm asking you to do the same. Can
Tony
you see that?
Stewart.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie. Frosted leaf was the same analogy I took from this at 76. I also found I wasn't really settling anywhere particularly in the image, and I was a little bit left wandering around, and that's what's kept me in the bronze.
Okay, and Marama, you're on the average there.
My eye was drawn to this little green island in the middle of the image, and worked my way out from there. I enjoy the colours and the barrenness of the rest of it compared to the green spots in there. I thought was really interesting. To make it better or to elevate it, I might choose slightly different cropping or a different shape perhaps.
Okay, and back to you, Jackie.
Yep, I take that all on board. As it's stayed here longer, I hope that your imagination has been able to liberate itself into this other realm of analogies, and that perhaps this is an aerial photograph. How do you know? There is that little green and red dot there on that little ridge line that could be a landscape. So I'm asking you to consider silver.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 80, silver award. Well done to the author. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to say thank you for Jackie for the moment, and we are going to ask Janine Fletcher to join the panel, please. And actually, Jace, you have a break. And Rebecca, can you please join the panel? Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 88, but we have an automatic challenge from Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on gold with distinction at 96. I'm the first to declare that I don't even know what I'm looking at. But what I see was when you first look at it, you just see these shapes and how it sort of draws your eye to the top of the image, the flow, those beautiful edges around everything, how something's so hard but yet it looks so soft. That bleeding into the black at the top, but there's still plenty of detail up inside there. So your eye can roam around this and enjoy it. The weight of how this image is situated on the mat and the control over every part of this image is fantastic. That little piece on the bottom right, I did look at that and think, does that work? But your eye just goes around this softly and beautifully. In this category, I think it's a fine example of what we should be looking at in gold with distinction.
Okay, at the other end, I'm going to come to Rebecca, please.
I scored this an 83 silver. I really appreciate that minimalist feel and the texture. The more I look at it, the more I'm glad that we've had this discussion so I can sit with it a bit longer. I know that it is waves rotated. Okay, I don't know that, but that's, I shouldn't say that. I just feel like I want more from it. I really appreciate it. It feels sharp to me. I love the shards. I see ice, I see sharp, I see beautiful darks with beautiful texture and tactile, want to touch type feeling. But perhaps I'm just not getting that oomph from it, that kind of wow, that extra. But I'm definitely listening to that.
Okay, Tony Stewart, do you want to have a chat?
I was gold at 92, and I'll swing in behind Tony and support what I see as being an oscillating landscape, where you can see these, almost the bars of a graph, but throughout a very rich tonal range. This is almost music of the landscape when you can see those measures if it was on a stereo, and you can see the graph come through. So you're almost listening to a landscape. And as I'm talking, I'm actually getting more and more feels from this. And you said before about, is it waves? Well, I'm reading it as sand, but if you look on that top right, it is actually a lot more like a forest and a tree. So we've got different layers of this onion that we are able to read into it, and it's breaking one of the key rules that we have, where you've got this really heavy top right in a place where it shouldn't be, but in actual fact it's working brilliantly. So look, I think well and truly we should all be looking in gold at some level.
Janine, you'd like to have a chat?
Yeah, just quickly, I apologise, Tony. I scored this 85 and I should have been more brave, because I actually had an immediate emotional response to this image, and I saw it as having this incredible sort of mythical kind of quality. And the other thing that I am completely in love with is those textures in the blacks. That's just so clever.
Okay, back to you, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I think, Rebecca, it's one of those images where you have to let go of what you think it is. It's more about how you feel. I almost feel like it's something that you can wrap your hands around. It feels very organic to me and very natural. And you know that Tony, you alluded to the feeling of the rise and fall of it could be a heart monitor, it could be anything that. But it's what it actually makes you feel. It is like music, where it just takes you somewhere, and you might not understand it, but you just know it makes you feel really good. And it's so beautifully done. I love the constraint of the framing of it, the shape, that sort of squarish feel to it, whenever nothing else in the image really suits that. So I think it's quite brave, but it just works and just feels so organic. And I'd love for you to come up. I'm on 96. If you could come up into that gold with distinction, that would be fantastic.
Can we rescore, please, judges? We have a score of 93, which is a gold award. Congratulations. Okay, can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 82, which is a silver award. Okay, congratulations. Author Tony Stewart, would you like to give a comment, please?
The tonal range in this is, I'd say, is near perfect. You've got a lovely gradation with the highlights and the shadows carefully controlled. The split between the left and right features, I think, is admirable. I'm not too sure about the space on the mat to balance that, so that would be my suggestion to improve.
Thank you, Tony Stewart. Can we have a blank screen, please? Janine, while we're waiting, can you tell us a bit about yourself?
I better turn on my mic. Yes, I'm Janine Fletcher, and I'm a fine art and landscape photographer from mighty Ranfurly, population 700 in the Maniatoto district of Central Otago. It is an epic photographic location if you're interested. I have my own gallery there where I print and frame all my work. So I'm a Grand Master and an Ilford Master, and I've been a 3-time consecutive winner of the Landscape Open category here at the Iris Awards. Now, the Iris Awards is something that I am super passionate about, as are many of my friends here. And I think the ultimate for me is actually learning how to become a judge. So this is my 4th year, and learning how to offer my thoughts to others and help them learn is very important to me. So what an amazing experience.
Thank you, Janine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 71 professional standard. Can we have a comment from Rebecca, please? Oh, well, you guys can.
Well done on the composition here. You've got the right thing going on there, leading in from the left up to the top right. Just look at your depth of field in this situation. So that blurry out of focus in the bottom left is really heavy, and it's just drawing your eye out of the image. And also time of day. It's a really difficult place to photograph is in the bush and with all the highlights and things, but just go back at different times of the day and explore where you've got a bit less contrast in the image, and just watch your sort of uprights there on the left. There's that big sort of pole coming in on the diagonal, but yeah, keep going.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Tony Carter, thank you very much for the time being. You can go now. And can we have Mike Langford back, please? Right, can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Janine, please?
I think that the photographer has chosen a really perfect time of day for this obviously quite serious excursion. I guess from my point of view, I was a little unsure about the dominance of the mountain on the right-hand side. I can see that perhaps the photographer was trying to get the lake and snow in the left-hand side peeping out from behind there, but it just didn't quite come off, but close, and a really great professional capture.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 82, which is a silver award, and Janine's going to challenge that.
So I scored this 86, and I was did my initial look seated from further away, and I thought, I hope there is all the layers of very delicate, really well handled detail that I think there will be, and there was even more than I hoped. So it reminded me of kind of like a beautiful handmade laid paper, or textiles, that just in the details in the main tree are beautifully handled. I feel there's enough, just the perfect amount of contrast, and I'd love to hear the thoughts of other judges.
Okay, Mike, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I gave the 78. I actually thought it was very well achieved, but the composition I find just a little clunky. The whole tree feels like it's falling over to the back, which I'm sure it is, but the mist that's enveloping most of the background isn't actually intruding as much as I would have thought it would have on the top less further away element. So I'm sort of being led up that trunk and out of the frame instead of staying in the frame, and I'm just finding that just a little bit distracting. But I'm happy to come up, but I just found that part not quite in balance.
Okay, and Tony Stewart, you're in the middle there.
Yes, 81. I wanted to believe a little bit more with this shot, and Mike, I think you're right there. The composition is perhaps just not helping us as it could, but I was also taken back with some of those leaves that are blowing out, to the point I was actually wondering if it was a multiple exposure. So that white, heavy white space, I think, is adding the misty feel, which is emotion, but I think some of the technical might be being lost.
Okay, and back to you, Janine.
So my read on this was that it was a multiple exposure, and I felt that was a technique that actually read really well for this composition. And you can see it in the very, very delicate leaves, which I think really reference perhaps like ancient Chinese art, and the multiple exposure technique has actually really driven that home. And I think the composition and the orientation of the tree, it doesn't actually really bother me, because it almost divides the picture a little into more or less thirds. Yeah, but I was really drawn to the delicate, multi-layered complexity, but also subtlety of this image. So I'm an 86, and I do believe that this image does deserve a few more points. So please help me out.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 85, but we have an automatic challenge from Janine, please.
Oh, bring it on. So I am on 91 into the gold range, and I'm a bit of a geek, and so I write a few notes as I go round, and it's kind of like I had this sort of feeling of like parasitic worms, or you know, and I wrote down squirmy, which is really descriptive, but it's definitely, it's almost got a discomfort with it, an unease. You know, as human beings, we don't particularly like those sorts of things, and I felt to bring that out in a landscape, and I'm not actually sure what it is. Initially I thought perhaps oxbows in a creek or something like that, but I'm not too sure. But to bring that sort of funny feeling in your gut into a landscape, I think needs to be richly rewarded. Now, we're sitting on 85? Yeah, which we're getting up there. So I'd really like judges to have another look, really examine what's going on in their gut, and come back to me with your thoughts.
Tony Stewart.
I like the examine what's in your gut. I think that's a nice analogy, Janine. It's a good job. Look, I had 78 for the fact that I was still left wondering the purpose of the 9 and how the purpose behind what's adding it together. And I sort of thought maybe again that the parasite and the marble, but a really considerable part that's not adding up to me is that bottom left. It's almost like the piece that doesn't add up to the rest of them where it joins. There's this sense of joining and motion and connection, the snakes and ladders around the image, but the bottom left one kind of breaks that, and I kind of think, why was that left unresolved with the connection when it clearly should be joining all the way through? So look, I think I'll come up absolutely for the reasons we've talked about, but I'm still listening to the others just to how much.
Okay, Marama?
I actually really appreciate that bottom left one, because to me, like you referenced the snakes and ladders, but to me it's like one of those puzzle pieces where you can move the pieces around those kids' games and line them up properly. So I think that gives us the opportunity to be able to extend our thoughts beyond what we can see in the image. But I really appreciate how the author has lined all the other the tracks up. It's really, really clever, and the tones are beautiful, and the printing's really successful as well.
Okay, back to you, Janine. Oh, if you've got something to add.
I just wanted to say that I'm on 85 silver distinction, but I'd also just like, if I'm going to come up a bit further, the image middle left is very, very similar to the middle image. Like it's the shapes to me it's almost very similar, and it just it's quite disconnected there, and there's just a bit much likeness. But I see the swirly kids games and all that. So I'm listening, but if you can answer those questions, that'd be awesome.
Yes. Back to you, Janine.
Thank you for those thoughts, judges. I actually very much enjoyed Marama's idea of a kids' game, and I felt a strong jigsaw puzzle kind of analogy coming out in here. And jigsaw puzzles are supposed to be random to make them a bit more difficult to do. So there is that random quality to this. I feel like, Tony, the bottom left-hand frame is quite nicely balanced by the top right. So I didn't really have too much of a problem with that. The middle three frames, if you look at them, they're just a bit more spacious and a bit cleaner than the other 6. So maybe that's the logic for the photographer. I think there is a reason there, and it's been really intentionally handled. So 9 frames, I think, is absolutely correct. It's random, it's squirmy, it's jigsaw. Please come up to gold. I'm on 91, and I'd welcome you to join me.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 87, which is silver distinction. Okay, we're going to give Janine a break, and we're going to ask Catherine to come on. And Mike, thank you very much. Can we have Jace back, please? Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, but we have an automatic challenge from Catherine, please.
I gave this 93, a very innovative look, and I just really applaud the graphic nature of this exploration, really alternative viewpoint. Everything feels really considered in terms of the composition that leads us up through. Beautiful framing to the people that appear as a little cookie in the middle there. And then there's all these other elements, like, there's these white sunglasses that then we have the mirroring of the circular nature of the whole looking up, and then also through that framing as well. I really feel in this we are led up and around and then back down. And it would be so easy to just escape out of that hole and just leave this image, but you are really cleverly held in there. There's just so much detail all around this beautiful gold.
Okay, we're coming down to the other side, and Marama.
I am on 76. I really enjoy the graphic nature of the image and the way that our eye is led up to that circle through the line. I'd like a little bit more space on the right-hand side. I think what would make it more successful for me if the people weren't in the image. I feel like they're posing really, they've been told to put their hands in their faces, and for me that takes it away from the graphic nature of the image. So I'm listening to other people's thoughts.
Okay, Rebecca.
Those things that you take to a dog park? I don't go to dog parks, apart from dogs. Those things that you throw, you put a tennis ball on the end of it, and you chuck the tennis ball. Like, that to me is this, except in nature, and it's just brilliant. And the people, in all honesty, I'm on 91. I think it just gave me this emotive response that I want to throw it, kind of. But insanely handled. The people, yes, contrived, but it's all contrived. It's all been thought out. And I think it definitely sits in that gold. Can you see that? Can you see that thing? No?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Catherine, back to you.
I'll take the dog thrower, Bex, if that's what gets you up there. The people, yes, contrived, but there is a quirkiness and something very unusual in this. Everything feels really considered. The tightness on the right-hand side is mirrored by the tightness on the left-hand side, and it really holds us in there. I think any more space, we're going to get lost in the depths. This really speaks of, the depth dimension. You really get that in there, and every place in this image has earned its right to be there, and I'm just rewarding it for its originality. Gold.
Okay, rescore, please. We have a score of 88, silver distinction. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Cool. Can we have a comment from Marama, please?
I really appreciate the format of this image. It's long, it's lean, it's simple, it's really effective. If to elevate it, I might look at the tones of the background is quite grey, a little bit muddy compared to the rest of the image.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 78, bronze award, and Catherine's going to challenge that.
Yeah, sure. I gave this 82, and I felt initially I wasn't quite there. What takes me here is this feels like an elderly copse of trees that we're looking at that are having a conversation. And what works so effectively with this is that heavy, dense fog, which feels like the fog of that elderly nature. It all works in really well. Yes, there's some humans in there framed through the middle, which gives it a little bit more depth. It also gives it a sense of scale. Each of these trees has sort of earned its place with that one further forward tree that is beautifully framed by the ones that surround it. It feels like a conversation to me.
Okay, we're coming down the other way. Tony Stewart.
Look, I totally agree that the tree positioning and the shape of the trees with that mood in the mist is what gives the image its essence. I was wanting to believe a little bit more and to go higher, and I can certainly go into bronze for the qualities that you've described. What I'm not sure about is it seems a little bit low in the frame compared to the mist of the sky, and there's almost like a hidden tree a little bit to the right that could have been cropped out. That combined with the two figures, they seem a little bit random, as opposed to one figure could have given it a sense of scale, but it's almost like the people have been left to do their own thing rather than a deliberate choice on their positioning. So I would have preferred to see more control in the cropping and the sense of reference to the people to get into the higher awards level.
Okay, and Jace, you're right on the score there.
Yeah, I think Tony ended up touching on the main points. That the key thing for me is that the people feel like a distraction, not a contribution. I love the trees in the conversation, and if that had been a really carefully constructed image of trees, I'd be there with you. Those couple of extra details, instead of adding an Easter egg, they kind of just take me out of it, and it makes it feel a little less balanced. So, but I like what you're saying about a conversation. Let's have that conversation.
Okay, thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, guys. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Rescore, please. Okay, we are on 79. So in just a moment, you can either 79 judges or 80, please. 79, Bronze Award. Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a Bronze Award. And Jace, you can challenge that.
Yeah, that's definitely a silver for me. There's a beautiful landscape, beautifully proportioned, gorgeous tones. The thing that I think makes it worth elevating or talking about is there's also a little bit of a story here, which this is not just a bucolic scene, although it is. It's also a place where things happen. There's a tractor under the tree. There's a pile of gravel outside the back of the house building, and it's in the middle of a vineyard that is producing grapes. This is the story of probably decades, centuries old vineyard in an iconic location. I think that does really well. There's a frost on the fields. There's lovely sensuous shapes in the landscape. It's beautifully seen and carefully put together.
Okay, Tony Stewart.
Yeah, look, thanks, Jace. I think the time of day and the location has been well considered, and that's, for me, a perfectly worthy of recognition. I'm finding I'm being drawn away from those things that you're seeing, the building, the tractor, by either dropping to this hollow in the foreground in the dark, or I'm taken up to the top. So I'm actually left unanchored on the bits that I should be, with the distractions top and bottom. So I would prefer to see a different crop to keep our eyes on the things that you've mentioned.
Okay, Marama.
I actually think this image is quite fascinating. It's like we're in two different lands. You've got this really vibrant foreground and a quite hazy background. The tones are quite different. And I think, you could imagine you were in a fairy tale because of that contrast between them. The depth of field is outstanding. Like, you can see everything in detail from the foreground right to the very background. For me, like on an 86, to make it higher, I probably would have cropped the trees at the top. It's just cutting the trees off at the top. So to make it higher for me, I would have either brought it down a little bit lower or made it a bit higher.
Okay, back to you, Jace.
Yeah, I think there are minor flaws. Particularly, maybe the crop could be a little more careful or tighter, and that would elevate it to silver distinction for me. So I'm sitting in strong silver for the light just spreading across the landscape on a cold morning over the vineyards. That's lovely.
Rescore, please. Good talking. 81, Silver Award. Well done. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 87, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Jace? Oh, Marama, okay.
This image is fascinating. The printing is exceptional. To me, there's lots of ripples over the image, and to me it looks like a thumbprint. So it's got its own identity and its own story within it. So congratulations to the photographer.
Oh, thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 88, silver distinction, but Bex, you've got an automatic challenge.
I scored this a strong gold at 93. This gave me an emotive response. I was sort of fascinated by it, and for me it's a body, it's a dead body, and it is being splattered on the landscape. I also, on the completely other side, find it slightly comical with the feet look like duck's feet. So it could be a morphed body that's been splattered on the landscape, but either way, it's just given me that kind of wow factor. It's been insanely handled with all the tones coming through, and those bright oranges are very jarring, but I see it as theatrical. It's like like a play. It's just, look at that. It's just, that's a gold. Like to see where everyone else, I think we're not that far away.
Okay, we're actually going to ask Tony Stewart to have a chat, please.
Look, 84, so I'm certainly recognising the qualities mentioned. I love the fact there's this connection, this is a visceral element with the organs and the connections with veins. I kind of also got the sort of the duck feet thing as well, but I still don't really understand it. So look, I think let's talk and find out where this goes. I was perhaps let down a little bit by the shadows and what I believe could be the sort of the forest. But look, let's keep going.
Okay, Catherine.
I made a mistake with my finger, as it should have started with a 9. I gave it 88, and the ambiguity and the many different interpretations of this make it incredibly exciting. And I think we could all see and feel a different story. And there's a real sort of dynamic sort of forward movement that's really fabulous. The level of detail in those blacks, all that texture just balances the figure that, the figure that you see. But it excites me to feel no sense of scale whatsoever in this. It's like you have no idea what you're looking at, and you could see different things depending on where you stand and what direction you look in, and it has absolute wow factor.
Okay, Jace, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was 86, and if we're talking about gold, I did want to get a word in. My first glimpse at this, like my brain saw like a woman in a kimono or something, not like something very elegant, and then a second later I realized that it wasn't actually quite such an elegant position, and then I read it as a landscape. And that is a really interesting experience, and the thing that held me back is definitely this flatness of the dark background, which as a textured background to an abstract portrait kind of doesn't bother me, but when it resolves into a landscape does bother me. And so that's holding me back from gold. I'm definitely I was 86, silver distinction. I'm on the verge of coming with you.
Okay. Marama.
So I'm getting from this a flamenco dancer, like crying out in ecstasy, and she's got her arms out, and she's an older woman, and she's having the time of her life. So rather than being dead, I think she's really vibrant and like shouting it out there that she's having this wonderful time.
Dead, alive, whatever. You know, the only negative that I've heard across the panel is Jace just with this flat, dark background. If you actually look a bit closer, there's this inky surround around the figure, which is actually a really different tone to the rest of the landscape, which I think really lifts that out. The colours and the vibrancy and the shape of the theatrics going on in the landscape, I think, jumps out above that flatness. But yeah, have a look at that that slightly different tone around the entire figure, which I think really lifts it out of the landscape. Oh, this is fabulous. Let's go gold.
Rescore, please. Congratulations, 90 Gold Award. Can we have a blank screen, please? Marama, thank you for your contribution. Janine, would you like to step back on, please? Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Jace, yes?
I have to make a decision anyway. I was 82, so I'm in the next scoring range, but only just, I think it's worth considering this for a silver. I agonised over this because there's something really nice about it, and then that human figure is so confusing. And I went back and forward on whether it ruined it or it made it into something incredible, and then I sort of landed in the middle because what is so confusing about them is that they're in this odd pose. I wonder if it's the photographer and it's a self-portrait with a drone, because they almost look like they're looking down at something. Or then I thought maybe it's someone on their phone, and that's kind of funny that they're in this incredible moment of serenity, but scrolling Instagram. And so there's some possibility there which I want to explore, and that's why I'm talking about this, because that's what I'm interested in. Let's hear it.
Oh, sorry. Can we hear from Janine, please.
So I was on 78, and I'm sorry, Jace, but if I'd seen the human figure, I might have actually come down. I really, because it interrupted the story I was building for myself in my head, which was very much Narnia, and this beautiful, cool water, and this fairy tale atmosphere, and the human figure, to my mind, just really blows that out of the weeds. I do applaud, though, the photographer's use of the metallic paper, and I think, or high gloss paper, which has worked very well on this. I'm listening.
Okay, and Tony Stewart, please.
I snuck it just into silver for the same reasons. The colour interplay here in the winter scene I feel is well deserving. I'm unsure about the person, whether that is a great sense of scale, whether it's better without it. And I'm not sure about the rippling in the water, if that's adding to that symmetry, whether a crop would help that. But I do love the feel, I love the flavour, I love the sense of winter Christmas.
Okay, back to you, Jace.
Okay, I've thought about it a bit more, and I think we have to read the inclusion of the human figure as a deliberate choice here. It's on purpose, and therefore it's part of the communication. They could have removed that figure and entered it in a different category. They could have waited for the right moment when that person wasn't visible. The photographer has chosen to include that person for a reason, which is what is intriguing me, because it's probably not a choice I would have made, and so my instinct was that it drew it down as well. I'm trying to understand that choice as a narrative choice, and the fact that they're looking down at their hands says something. I don't know how to give you the story for that, but I encourage you to think about it from that perspective and see if that maybe is a way to elevate it rather than as a detraction.
Thank you. Rescore, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 79, which is an automatic review, judges. Tony's going to challenge it, though.
Yeah, look, I will. I'm on 83, and there's two really crucial parts of this image that I really want to draw your attention to if you haven't picked it up. Firstly is that impressionism, the fact that we've kind of got this dabbly, painterly brushstroke going on between the reflection and in the water, but also look at the reference that we're seeing here to a bird, to a gull, to the beak and the eyes and its white face. I think that's quite a clever use of the landscape. I know you're going to say about the top left corner being bright, I get it, and that's what's probably held me back from going higher, but for those two rich qualities, I would urge you please to just drop into silver to give recognition for what is quite clever on behalf of the photographer.
Thank you. Catherine, please.
Yeah, I was on 75 with this, and you're right, it is that bright part on the top left that is pulling my eye. And in addition to that, it's also where the crop is on the top of the frame, where it cuts off those two sections. I feel that sort of jars the eye, takes you straight up there. there's some beautiful colours with the blues and the golds, and we're just losing a bit of that blue through that lovely impressionist appearance that we're getting at the bottom there. So I would have just loved to see a little bit more life to that, and that would have taken it higher for me.
Lovely. And let's hear from Jace in the middle, please.
Sure, I was on 78. A bronze to reward the things you've mentioned, Tony. I think it's not just the brightness in the top left, it's that flary, hard edge that's so sharp that breaks the spell a little bit for me. And the vertical movement in the top right, again, feels more mechanical, whereas the rest of it is so natural. Those two elements just broke the spell. So I think it's a bronze for me.
Okay, Tony?
Nothing really new to say other than I think it's worthy of credit, given the fact that it's quite a novel approach, and I think if we can see it in our hearts to reward to Silver, do so if you believe.
Rescore, please. $79. So judges, can we please have a 79 bronze or 80 for silver, please? 79 bronze award. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 87, silver distinction, but Tony, you've got an automatic challenge.
I've put this at 92, and I want to share a story that may help you. And this is a landscape. I am actually thinking there's a reference here to death. You have got quite literally a family tree surrounded by youngsters, but the matriarch or the patriarch is standing tall on its last legs with this calling to spirituality, and you've got this top left beacon of light, a godlike essence in the sky surrounding this person about to pass. So maybe a long bow to draw, but in terms of a landscape image with emotion and meaning, if you can see a story in this as I have just read it, I think it's well worthy of something higher into a gold level.
Okay, we're going to Janine.
So I was on 82 and I thought you might be visiting me. So I felt a connection from the point of view of it being like a celestial body, which may go with your story quite well, Tony. I guess I was looking for a little bit more emotional pull on this image. I am considering moving my score up a little, but I don't think I can quite manage gold. The foreground is quite bright compared to the rest of the image, but I do contemplate the idea that it brings you into the main feature tree. And I do enjoy, and this is the celestial body thing, the light spot at the top left. So yes, I am contemplating bringing my score up to the silver distinction level, but I can't quite see me going much higher.
Okay, Catherine, you got in before Jace.
I was on 87. The one thing that has held me back at this point was how bright that was in the sky and how my eye tends to just want to sit there. However, your story around this really does give a reason for that brightness, which I really appreciate. I do get a different read on the trees in this. I see that tree as nothing special and everything special. And it's like it's just the chosen one to be on the pedestal at the time. And I guess that's the beauty of it. It's chosen to make that one the hero for no particular reason, but I see a beauty in that, and I'm happy to come up to gold for those reasons.
Jace, was there anything else to add?
Oh yeah, I was going to say it's to me it was the prophet leading the flock, or there's definitely something spiritual here, which the chosen one is the right phrase, I think. Catherine, that's great.
Anything concise, Bex?
The hard block on the left that could have been cropped out is just, when everything else is so beautiful and delicate and incredible, unresolved for me to sit in gold. I'm on 85, happy to listen and come up. The white dot, again, just draws my eye out, but yeah, happy to hear.
Tony?
Happy to help. Look, so we're in a professional award category where we're judging a landscape, which we can be presented with the literal, which we can see this as a tree with a sun halo, or we can look for something a little bit deeper, and I've heard from the others talking about prophet and flocks, celestial beauty. Think of this, if we titled this, and I'm giving this the title, not the author, it's like the Passover. And if you can kind of see it in those lights, we've gone from being a literal landscape to a concept. And I've actually just seen something else, and this is going to clinch it, I know it. You've got the top left, a bright spot. Look to the top right, there is a dark spot. The person has got choice. You can pass, you're going to go left or right, you can go dark or light. So I'm giving this a little bit of meaning, but this is about faith. This is about going to where you believe you're going to go, potentially as an afterlife. I think it's a very rich narrative, and if you believe what I'm telling you, you can see a story, you're going to be there.
Rescore, please, judges. They believed you. 90 gold. Well done, Tony. And with that, Tony, go take a break.
Hi, Tony.
And we're going to bring Tony Carter in for that. And Rebecca, you too. And we are going to bring Jackie in for not a long time, but a sweet time. Right, next print, please.
Tracy, do we get snacks? Do we get snacks?
Oh,
Did you hear my tummy rumbling over here?
Well, if you can, that'd be amazing.
okay.
Okay. Good. Touch your head.
Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Jace is going to challenge that.
Silver distinction, 87. I think this is I think this is fantastic. So we've got a face, obviously. Do we get a face? There's 2 square eyes. There's even a catchlight in one of the eyes. Thank you, Kempton. We've got a toupee or a bit of hair and this jaunty off-centeredness of the eyes, this quirky vibe. It's like some kind of robot face. I don't know. It's like the weird faces in places. I love it. Why not?
Okay, can we hear from Catherine, please?
I was on 77 and I get the face. I love the face. I think that's fabulous. The part that I'm less endeared by is the sort of the crunchiness of the handling with this. It just feels too crisp. It feels like it's been made too hard. And I'm actually distracted by that, particularly around those window frames where there's all this incredible detail that could have been had, but I feel we've lost it to the blacks.
Okay, and in the middle we have Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I think I'm pretty comfortable for it to stay there. They do look like angry eyes staring at you. It's probably why you like it, Jason. You're used to having people look at you like that. But yeah, I think the face is there, but just the over-treatment is it's pulled us away from going higher. But it's beautifully treated, that's for sure, as far as its composition and the print quality. But yeah, it's just a bit too overly done to go any higher for me.
Okay, Jace, back to you.
Yeah, it's certainly heavy-handed, and I feel like that's deliberate. So it's brutalist architecture, which I'm a fan of. So that's a tick for me. But and that combination of the brutalist concrete, so impersonal and cold and heavy and industrial, with the nature sort of reclaiming it with the foliage growing across it. And then this humanoid element, or even robotic element, which would kind of lean into that interplay between industrial and natural, and the natural world and the built world, is I think it's really fun, and it's been so carefully constructed to walk that line and keep it fun while being so. I think the crunchiness and crispiness is deliberate to really bring out the texture of that textured concrete, and the detail is just enough there in those shadows to keep it crispy for a silver distinction.
Rescore, please. $84 silver award. Next print, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Jace, please?
Sure. There's obviously something magical going on in the sky that you've seen here, and that's super cool. I don't know if there's a handling in post, the way the tone of the foreground mountain competes with that sky. It's been brightened too far, potentially. or just the tonality on the day has meant that those two elements just are fighting for precedence in the image, and you're also getting a little bit of a dark halo along the horizon line, which distracts the eye. But great spotting of that atmospheric event. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for those kind of things. That's cool.
Lovely, thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 81, Silver Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Jackie, please?
Well done. I just all those different textures and tones and the visceral feeling of those and the differences in here are really interesting. I think it could have gone even higher if the vignette had not been part of that, and just to let the what's there celebrate nature and landscape.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Piece of paper. So it was image 38. So they'll have that information out the back.
4 more prints. That's 4 more. So that's.
I was told the first digital slide's 90.
4 more done.
That doesn't sound okay. This tells us that the first digital slide's 90. We have a score of 78, Bronze Award. Janine's going to challenge that.
So I scored this 86. I suppose I saw a great deal of personality, I suppose, and humanity in this landscape. I saw 3 different figures, sort of 3 apostles being led by looks man-made one, which is some sort of textured bag or something like that, and that was leading the other 2, and just standing resolute in the landscape. And on some sort of journey. It was, back to Bible school, really. So, I'm excuse me, shouldn't eat popcorn. So please let me know what you think.
Jace, you were at the
I
other
thought
end.
you might ask me. I was on 73. The subject is well spotted. The composition is fantastic. However, the murkiness in that central shadow area right where I want to find the action, and the strange shadow in the sky, which I don't know if that's. It feels to me like a polarizer, and so because I look at it as an improper use of a tool, it jumps out at me like that. If you could motivate it for me as a choice, I would be more interested. But at the moment, I get lost in the muddy shadow, and I get confused by the polarizer darkness.
Okay, Catherine, you beat Tony to it.
I was on 82. For me, I get how this feels, and it feels desolate and it feels windswept. And there's this sort of amalgamation of the man's elements and the natural world, and they become like synergistic together. The overall treatment of it reminds me of an old newspaper, which I initially was like, oh, it's kind of murky, but then I was like, that's actually the point. This is, that man-made object is almost, deteriorating down, and it feels like that old yesteryear newspaper, something that you see washed up on a beach and you don't quite know what it is. And I was sort of rewarding it for that feel.
Yeah, I've scored at 73. The image, I think, is fantastic in itself, but then I go up into that sky and I see banding in that darkening down piece. So it feels like it's just been overworked and a problem area, and you can see the colour aberrations coming through that, and it's around it. It looks like it's been a real problem point when printing. So this is a print award, and we should be looking at things that are that aren't acceptable, and I find that unacceptable at any award level.
Back to you, Janine, please.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Tony. Look, I'm not too sure whether I'm seeing banding or grain. Look, I take your point, but I sort of feel like that darkness in the sky is sort of lowering the sky and adding to that atmosphere of kind of biblical proportions. And also that windswept, for want of a better word, murkiness is part of what you get in this imaginary, windy, dry, hot landscape. So I don't really feel like I need to find a lot of action in that shadow. I feel like it's right the way it is. I was immediately drawn to this image for its sort of graphical qualities and also potential storytelling. So I'm on 86, so please consider coming up a little.
Rescore, please. $79. So can we have either 79 or 80, please, judges? $79, Bronze Award. Thank you. Blank screen, please. Jackie, thank you. Marama, can you step in, please? Okay, next print, please. We have a score of 88, which is silver distinction, but we have an automatic challenge from Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 92. I find this image just very striking, and it's one of those ones where you can sit back and look at it and see that design. And then when you go up close, I can just roll through those little pieces, and it's just done so beautifully. You can almost feel the photographer enjoying the printing process with this and just working it until they've got it to an acceptable level. The dark areas, you can go in there and you can see a little bit of light in some of those buildings. The sharpness of the arrow-like shape on the right-hand side, and just their choice to crop it like this is quite beautiful, and I think it's deserving of a gold.
Okay, we have to go to the other end, which is Catherine.
I was on 84. I appreciate the aspects that you're seeing in the design. There were a few things, that arrow shape where it's cropped off at the top. I felt the overall weighting is very much to the left of the image in terms of the amount of detail. The real magic for me was actually that piece on the right where the light is shimmering and skimming, and it felt like it was sort of dancing a little bit more. It was less flat, but I was just losing that. I will come up into silver with distinction, but I'm probably not in gold.
Okay, and Jace, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, I was 87. On revisiting the image, I just want to point out a couple of things. So there's a row of windows, and very close to the top edge of the frame, a darker row of windows, and right at the most prominent part of that left half of the image, there are two people visible in the window, which is a delightful inclusion or serendipity for two little human figures that, well, I think they're human figures that give it scale and change it from a purely graphical exercise into something else. I too really love that stripe of shimmery, curvy shapes, and on the right hand side, I think that's fantastic. And I think it could have easily been made, a decision could have been made to crop that out, to get rid of that hard angle and that beautiful shimmeriness, and that would have been a shame. I think it's a great inclusion, and the relative proportions almost balance in a weird way. There's so much detail and structure on the left, but then the power of that hard line and the intrigue of the natural shapes of those curves and the shimmery, but I just offset each other lovely. I'm coming up.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, thank you for pointing those things out, Jace. I think it sort of does feel like a real Escher type feeling here, where you sort of get drawn up and down and also sideways. And when you those black lines starting from the left between the buildings, how it sort of just slowly increases across the image. I think that's really quite smart how the photographers handle this image like that. Your eye dances around this quite nicely. You're not really finding any resting place besides maybe the people, but I think that's the beauty of it. It's about the element of design, its graphic nature, it's a landscape. In this category, I think it's deserving of a gold.
Okay, rescore please, judges. $91, gold award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Janine's challenging that one.
So I'm on 83, and my challenge is based on the idea that when I first looked at the image, I really saw sort of kind of like a grungy sort of cityscape, and I enjoy the off-centre weighting of it, yeah, it's the greens in there actually add to that sort of feeling of potential decay of a polluted place. But then when you go in, it's actually clearly a clean, natural environment. And so I admired the photographer's use of the technique to give us that message. So yeah, 83. Welcome your thoughts,
Catherine.
I was on 72. I find that it is weighted so heavily to the space where there's not much going on. And it's not really taking us to the exploration that's happening beyond that in the distance. There's no sort of reason to hold me there. And so I'm sort of looking for more. I also see some colour banding in the sky as well.
And Marama, you're right in the middle there, so.
Yeah, I'm on 78. I really enjoy the fleeting moment of time and the changing environment that the photographer may have tried to capture. But technically, with some of the printing, I've got some issues in the bold right-hand side, the darker area there.
Thank you. Back to you, Janine.
Look, granted there are a few potential technical issues there, and I think perhaps with them weighting to the right, I'm really enjoying how the movement comes out of that bottom right-hand corner and into the centre of the frame, and that is the thing that is drawing you into there. So just consider that and have a think about your score.
Rescore, please. $77 bronze award. Congratulations. Next print, please. We have a score of 77 bronze award. Cool. Can we have a comment from Tony Carter, please?
The composition of this, with its centre weighting, is probably quite good. How it separates the bottom of the image with the water from the sky. But to get it to a high level, you probably need to have a little bit more of a think about your technique of darkening things down. It looks a little bit overly done, and that light up in the that's coming through sort of breaks your eye from looking around the image. So just work on those things a little bit, and it'll elevate the score.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Janine, take a short break, and Jackie, can we have you back in before we lose you, please? She's going into another category. Okay, next print, please. Oh, that's We have a score of 74, which is professional standards. Can we have a comment from Jackie, please?
Yes, I think it's quite a lovely sort of buttery landscape here in a very cold space with this hoarfrost, and that analogy, the rich yellows, sort of conflict with that idea of coldness. I think perhaps cooling that down a little bit and bringing detail back into those highlights would have elevated this right up there.
Lovely, thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Yep. Can we have a comment from Jackie, please, again?
Yeah, I scored at 82 into that range. There's a lovely feeling of something submerged being bulging out, that the surface tension here between those sharp and soft areas have really elevated it. Perhaps to go a little bit higher would have maybe been a little bit more of a depth of field, so there's a little bit more sharpness towards the bottom, but in saying that, I really like that sense of what's under the water and what's coming out being revealed, so well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Jackie's going to challenge that.
I'd just like you to just be here with this, but seeing an animal, coming out of the ocean like this, and the dog-like sort of look at things and the nose. And I guess once I saw that, I couldn't go past it. It had a comical feel to me. I think it became a sort of endearing, animal sort of thing. Maybe it was so obvious that didn't grab the other judges. Maybe a little bit of darkening around that top left-hand corner would have helped. But I went there. I was happy to celebrate a new way of seeing this landscape from perhaps a drone or something like that. So what do you reckon?
Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 75. I feel that that animal feel, Jackie, and that's probably why I gave it a bronze. But I also felt that edge tension and the highlights at the top really hitting, really blown out, sort of pulled me away from looking at that. That's how I felt, and I also thought that the whiteness of the matte with the whiteness in the image actually competes for your attention in a way. So I've sat it. That's where I've sat it, but I will listen if other people have got something else to say about it as well.
Okay, Jace, you're right on the scoring.
Yeah, I was 78. I think this is a victim of its novelty to some extent. That it's quite remarkable, but it's hard. It is hard to get past that novelty and decide photographically, other than being in the right place at the right time, what has happened here. And so I'm willing to entertain something higher to reward that, because it is remarkable. Aside from the highlight at the top, that the rock on the left collecting the edge of the frame is awkward, but hey, maybe we can forgive that for such a clever and remarkable image.
Okay, Jackie.
Yeah. Well said. I like what you've brought to it there. There's something really endearing about those eyes, and yes, the right place, right time, right technique. Perhaps just a little bit of print quality could have been improved. But isn't that idea and that serendipity of being in the landscape, taking a single capture like this, takes me to that place. And that's an unusual point of view. You know, the rock down the bottom almost feels like it could be a badge or a part of the collar, you know, and those eyes, don't they get you?
Rescore, please. $79 bronze award. Can we have either 79 for bronze or 80 for silver, please? 79 bronze award. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 65, which is professional standards. That's the average. Can we have a comment from Jace, please?
Yeah, look, I think there has been an effort to create an interesting composition of a highly photographed subject, and that's commendable. At this level, we need to talk about the highlight, the scalding highlight on the water, the excessive sharpness. There's some dust on the sensor potentially. There's a lot of little technical flaws that are just collectively add up to hold this back. So I encourage the photographer to keep exploring strong compositional techniques like this and just work on those technical fundamentals to do justice to what they've seen.
Thank you, Jace. Next print, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 91 gold award, and there is an automatic challenge, and you guys are going to have to fight out who's going to do it, because there's 3 of you on 93. So, Jackie, you going to take it?
Sure. Yeah, 93. There's something about the pacemaker in here that just makes your heart go, and it's as if this landscape looking onto a snow-swept yard farm is just bringing that man-made love of into it. There's something about the farmer in here and all these marks that are in there. But it's something electrical going on with all the wires, and it feels like I'm looking at a chest, and it's an X-ray into somebody's body. I thought it was really supreme. That's why it's in the gold section straight up for me. And maybe you guys are going to elevate it even further when you talk about it.
Okay, we've got to go to Jace first.
Of course you do. I was on 82. So I clearly wasn't struck by it as strongly. I tried to have a really hard, fresh look at it a second time, and I can see an allegory for lungs here. I think I was held back by a couple of things. One is so much sort of blank whiteness, particularly in the bottom 2 corners and the edges, that felt sort of devoid of anything, contributing anything. But there's a bit of something there, but it's not resolving into something. And there's a fisheye feeling about it, which I could be convinced was valuable, but at this point makes me feel like it's a limitation of the equipment or the technique that's detracting from it. There's a bulge about it, a bit of fisheye distortion, which feels odd.
Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 92, definitely going up to gold with distinction. I've cocked this up, and I thought I was a reasonable score, but I just see, that I got the heart thing straight away. The powdery feel of this, Jace, is a real strength of it, but the fine lines through this, every little detail, every little artery, it just has flow and connection, and you can. I don't feel like a fisheye, I feel like a pulse. That's what I see and feel. The handling of this is just outstanding. How it sits in that frame at the top is just so good. And I'm going to be coming up to 97.
Catherine.
Yeah, I was on 93. There are so many elements of the contrast between the hard and the soft. There's these sort of things that almost feel like mold spores proliferating. I sort of imagine this petri dish almost, where the things are bleeding out, and that contrasts so beautifully. And it's almost like you feel life in a lifeless scene. The disconnection of how these pieces connect on all the sides except for that bottom left, it's almost like gives a tension to it, like it's twanged, like it's broken. It's snapped off on that side, and that just adds to it even further. On 93, I'm going up from there.
Anything? Mel, have you got anything?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in hospital, and this to me looks like a vascular sonogram, and it's alive, and it's like got its own little beating heart, like other people have mentioned, and the textures and the technique and the detail is incredible. I think the background that Jace mentioned, the whiteness, actually gives it that space to have its own identity, to have its own, its own life within it. So I actually really appreciate that space.
Thank you. Back to you, Jackie.
Right, so we're after a gold distinction now. Okay, not just just the gold. And Jason, that bulginess is part of the roundness of a human, the humanoid feeling we're getting with this. It's a chest that's coming out. There's also, feelings of plastic bags or something that it goes in all sorts of different directions the longer it's here. So let's have a think about silver gold distinction, 87.
Rescore, please, judges.
97. So where am I at? Oh, God. 97. I have to go.
$95, gold distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a initial score of 79, which is, Jackie's going to challenge this. Yep.
Because I'm an Aussie and I know this is the Harbour Bridge, and I'm thinking this is a centenary, and I think it's bringing a real sense of nostalgia to the image. This year, images can be put in from your archive, so the feeling of film, the beautiful print quality in here, I think it's supreme, and I thought it brought it up into that silver area. All the little parts that are in here have significance. The great webbing on the bridge is when digital started to come in and they started to do different things. So it's all about time and place and a landscape that is not ever going to be like that again.
Marama, you were at the other end.
I'm on 77. I had a few technical issues with the cropping and the choice to leave the bottom of the ships out, and the straightness of the bridge. Perhaps it is straight, but it looks like it's raised on the right-hand side. So, yeah, I'm listening to other people though.
Okay, and in the middle we have Jace.
Sorry, I was having a look. I was trying to, maybe that context helps me a lot, because there's obviously an Aboriginal flag on the top, and then the kind of colonial era ships. There's a story about Australia's history here that I'm not familiar enough with to totally read, which I held it back for a lack of understanding on 78. But I think the context you've given me and the historic nature of it, and the light through that Aboriginal flag is quite incredible. It sings out as such a small element. So I think there's a historical story here that I'm listening to.
Hey, Jackie.
Yeah, that you just said it. That the difference between the colonial landscape of those old ships and then the new, and yeah, that flag says it, 80 in the silver.
Rescore, please. $80 silver award. Well done. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'd like to say thank you to Jackie. And can we have Rebecca in for that, please? And yes, we do. We also will say thank you to Catherine, and Tony Stewart, can you jump in, please? Next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Marama, please?
I think this is really successfully handled. The lighting is difficult, but the printing that the photographer has managed to capture is superb. So I congratulate them for that. To make it better, I might be looking for more detail in the background and a bit more of a story about what the photographer is trying to tell us.
Lovely, thank you. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 71, which is professional standard. Could we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
Absolutely. Lovely sense of warmth coming through here, so there's a nice emotive feel. I would love to see a sense of anchor that we could have to rest our eye on, as opposed to just what is essentially a fairly blank canvas. A little bit of interest and a pinpoint would be magic.
Lovely, thank you. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75 average, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we get a comment from Jace, please?
Iconic lenticular cloud over Aoraki, beautiful time of day. I think compositionally there's some space that's not working hard enough to justify its presence on the left, in the foreground in particular. I think just get into where the action is.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Very dramatic image, and loved just continuing to look through it. I think the absolute gold here is in that beautiful road and the mist in that foreground area. And I just think even cropping in and just, like Jay says, just get in there, would be incredible just to have that as a sort of an abstract. But it's, yeah, that for me is where the drama sits. Well done.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we'd like to let Jace go for a bit of a break. And Mike, would you like to step in, please? Right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 85, which is a silver distinction. And Tony, you've got the challenge. No, it's automatic. No, Tony Carter, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm on 92. The isolation of this tree and this landscape, the edges of the frame holding you in with the trees just on the edge of each side, the drifting out of the forest behind really makes this tree the hero. But then when you look at it even more, I see feels like a sailing ship coming towards you with its sails down, with that boat-like shape, and it adds the depth in the ground. It's so subtly beautiful. Everything here is just perfectly in its place for me. The lighting's beautiful, how it's sort of drifting from that top right down through. The way it's been framed and presented, the heaviness at the bottom of the mat really balances out the heaviness of the ship-like feel to me, this old sailing ship. So I put it at 92.
Thank you. And at the other end, we've got Mike.
I gave the 77. I really like the analogy of the boat, Tony. I think that's lifted me already, but it hasn't lifted me to gold, unfortunately. What I found distracting was the edge of frame conflict that's happening with all the things around the outside. My eye keeps going out to sort of see if they come in any further. They keep staying the same, but I keep going out to them and finding them distracting. So that's the reason why I gave the score I gave it. But your analogy's lifted me already. Thank you.
Bex?
I'm with you. I'm 91 gold. Again, emotive response, minimalism, the boats. I'm finding it hard to find words for this one, but you've given me those words, and for all of those reasons, this is mint. Yeah, beautifully handled. Well done.
Okay, back to you, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I look at those outside branches on either side as how trees talk to each other, and how they feed each other. That's what trees do. So it's almost got a protective type feel to me, with those little edges coming through. On the ship, all of those grasses and textures, everything's rightfully in its place. When you go through, I find it very hard to criticise it. But to me, it's more how it feels. You can feel the cold. You can hear the quietness, and this lone tree standing out proud on the ship floating along. 92.
Rescore, please.
Persuasion.
89. So, judges, either 89 silver distinction or 90 for gold, please. Congratulations, 90 Gold Award. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Okay, congratulations. Mike, do you want to give feedback, please?
To improve the image, I'd like to see a little bit more interest in the centre. I think the eye goes to the outside far too much, and I think if you brought more detail up in the middle, then you'd probably score higher.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Tony Carter, please?
This image gives you a headache when you look at it, and I think that's the point of what it's trying to say. So I think you've been very successful in that, with that element of making us feel. Just remember to work on your highlights and stuff like that, and getting those little details sorted out would bring it up into a high scoring range.
Lovely, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Marama. Go have a bit of a break. And can we welcome Roger Wanless to the panel? Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Can we have the next print, please? Lovely. We have a score of 72, which is professional standards. Can we get a comment from Mike? Thanks.
Unfortunately, it lacks a point where the eye flows to. More concentration on the subject of the matter. It could have been the rocks, it could have been the ice, but you haven't led us to a point. So make your print stronger in terms of its shapes and its subjects.
Thank you, Mike. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score initially of 83, which is a silver award. Are we happy with that? Roger's going to challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, I was drawn to this. This image has got out the gate impact. It's also got some. I reckon it's got some sort of conflicts and stories that are worth discussion. Really, first of all, I love the sensuousness and the shapes and the textures within it. I love that strength of that black triangle. Doing that in camera technically so perfectly needs to be considered and rewarded. But I'm looking at that really, and that's a triangle of darkness just coming out of this beautiful soft landscape that has golden colours around it. So is there a story there of evil and good, you know, in today's world? So I think it's more than just a simple landscape there. I think, and as a piece of sort of graphic art, it's beautiful, really. It's symmetrical. It's something the more you look at it, the more you see the shapes. There's even that wee hint of sort of lighter tones above the apex of the triangle that you wonder whether that's some sort of celestial touch. So I invite you just to have a rethink and tell me what you think.
Rebecca.
I just dropped the food on the desk. I scored this in the bronze range at 77, a really good strong bronze. I think the technique is to be rewarded, and to have that so symmetrical is brilliant. I just am not getting the rest of that Roger talks about, and also that really heavy black in the top of the peak. Like there's nothing in there. It sucks me in, and I just can't get past it. And in these in-camera movement images, you often get these beautiful textures that come through from what you're actually photographing, you know, a hill or whatever it might be. And I really wanted to go in and see all of that beautiful texture, and I just think if it was brought out and lit, that would have elevated it. So I am actually quite happy sitting in the bronze range on this one.
Tony Stewart, you wanted to talk?
82, I did so to reward what is a clever depiction of what could be one of our iconic mountains. I love the fact that you can always see almost like Mason symbols sort of at the top too. That's quite clever. But if we're looking for symmetry, I'd like to see a bit better symmetry rather than just a little bit off balance there, Roger.
Okay, Roger.
Look, perfection needs imperfection sometimes. So you know, if you've got symmetry, you lose that tension. And this image is about tension. It's about tension between darkness and light, and whatever that represents to you as the viewer in the narrative. You don't need the detail in the darkness. It would lose its strength. So, yeah, let's wrap it up.
Rescore, please. Okay, we've stayed on 83, which is a silver award. Thank you. Can we get the next print, please? We have a score of 84, which is a silver award, and Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 87. I love the simplicity. I love the graphic nature. I love the eye wandering through this image without distraction in the foreground. And when you get to the background, there's so much more to look at. It's an intelligent photograph that works the eye really well. So just consider those elements and rescore.
Okay, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I was on 78. I'll come up into silver. I sort of find it does take my eye a little bit of time to get up that pathway with that lead in from the bottom right. So that's sort of what's held me back. But I definitely will listen to my fellow judges, and whether I come up higher than that, I'll see what Mike has left in his arsenal for the reply.
Oh, Roger, sorry.
I just want to just expand a bit on the compositional choices here, which I think are really subtle but clever. It's really a study in shapes, isn't it? The major shape is a curve, but the secondary shapes are just square lines with then vertical lines, fences. And the photographer could have given you more space for the fences at the top, but they've chosen not to. And in doing so, they've made you think, really, and they've given more power to those lines. So I actually think it's a master of the craft, really, through the decisions that have been made. So it's worthy of a silver distinction. I agree, Mike.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Okay, so 87 was the exact number of points that I feel it deserves, not higher, not lower, and it's because of the master of the craft of photography. In black and white terms, this is the pinnacle of it. The choice of tones and how they're actually placed, the gradation going through from this not white foreground, but a grey foreground, to a fence line at the end of the river. That's the darkest point in the landscape itself, not the river. And then it gets lighter again. So we're going through subtle little changes that are just masterly presented to us. It's better than just a silver.
Rescore, please. '86 silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Tony Carter, thank you very much. And can we have Janine to the panel, please? Right, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Roger, yes, you can challenge that.
I'll challenge it. My score was 83. I want to challenge it because I'd love to have taken it myself. It's one of those shots you never had the balls to take, really. It's just a wee. It's the last thing. It's a wee. Oh, it's two wees. It's Tweedledum and Tweedlewee, isn't it? But it's. I love the humour in it. I love the. it's a photograph of something you would never take a photograph of, and the paper choice of it is quite lovely. I think it deserves a bit more than a bronze for just the subject matter and the handling, basically, and the courage of the photographer.
Tony Stewart.
Look, I was 70 professional standard because it's a capture that half the room probably have seen it. Other half have probably never been into men's urinals, one would assume. Yes, it's one's lower, it's a boys' urinal versus a man's one. I'm just not picking the novelty of it. So I don't quite read the same as what you're picking there. So look, I'm listening to where you're heading with it, but I'm a little bit sort of lost for purpose.
Okay, Rebecca, you're right on the curve there.
I'm on 78 bronze. It's humorous. It's if you blur your eyes, you can kind of see two eyes sitting in there like some sort of alien weirdness. I think it's been like centered. I think, you know, the composition's just bang on, and for that I'm rewarding it into the bronze range.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Yeah, look, I'm not asking for miracles here, but it's the humour, it's the everyday, it's the part of the everyday you wouldn't photograph, isn't it? And for that reason, I think it just deserves a silver.
Rescore, please. $79 bronze award. So, judges, can you review either 79 or for bronze or 80 for silver? Thanks. 79 bronze. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Oh, we're going to get rid of Ruby. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Cool. Can we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Congratulations to the photographer. I think this has been beautifully handled, very delicate. Perhaps to elevate the image, just to bring a bit more detail. It just seems a little bit muddy in those sort of darker areas, and I think if you just had a little bit more there, it would lift it up.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Rebecca, have a break. Grab some lunch if you want to. And Jace, can we have you back, please? Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 80, but Jace, you've got the automatic challenge.
Yeah, of course I do. I scored this 94. I hesitated. I was holding back in my mind, and my heart said, "Go for it, and let's have a crack. Let's have a talk." I need to collect my thoughts. This has elevated a relatively, I want to say relatively mundane scene, a little piece of iconic New Zealand landscape, the Braided River. I presume New Zealand, could be anywhere. The Braided River system, to such an exquisite level. It's like an etching. I almost feel like this is silver ink laid down on black paper, or something. There's something so transcendent about the way this has been handled and printed, and the thing that it could be all technique, but for the level of detail that rewards you when you drill into the ripples and waves of the river, that grounds it in reality and brings you back to earth, literally, to what this truly is, but treats it with a reverence, with the paper choice, with the limited tonal range. It's an exercise in exactly the right amount of treatment to evoke a really powerful reverence for landscape, and on top of that, this abstract shape that gives you endless possibilities to think about trees and sensual human forms, I think, and a perfect handling of the balance between abstract and literal. So I want to spend a bit more time looking at it myself, and I want you to spend a little bit more time and ensure that you're doing it justice, and talk to me about any concerns you might have.
Okay, let's hear from Mike.
I gave the 74, which is a considerable distance from you, Jason. The main reason, the main difference, a reason for that, is the flatness of the image. You talk about there's clarity everywhere, but that clarity makes it flat and unfortunately doesn't direct my eye into an area of interest. So I'm seeing everything, and at the same time I'm seeing very little. And I think that's the problem, or the dilemma I've got, is the photographer has not directed me into flowing my eye around here, finding a point of interest, staying with it, coming back and revisiting. I'm looking at everything because everything is there. They haven't specifically said, I want you to look at this in the landscape. And as a result, I'm looking at nothing in the landscape. Added to that just slightly is there is a lot of little white dots everywhere throughout the image that I find distracting. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I'm going to come to Janine.
Thanks, Jace. I guess I was absolutely with Mike, and I felt like I really needed that direction on where to look, and I was struggling with that. But I do really compliment the photographer on providing us with a different way of viewing this sort of landscape, because normally all the sliders are pushed to the right, and it's really it's given it this sort of like otherworldly, old-worldly, nostalgic of really old aerial photos kind of feel. And for that, I'm happy. I'm on 78. I'm happy to come up to a silver for that. But because of that sort of lack of direction by the photographer on where I should be casting my gaze, I would struggle to come up to gold.
Yeah, Jess, back to you.
All right. I mean, I think so. There's two main things I'm going to talk about. One is the dimensionality, and I think that the handling has created a situation. If you look at the ridges and hollows of the braided channels in the center of the image, you move your head and you almost feel like it is. you're staring down at the dimensionality is there. It's subtle because the relief is subtle. We're not seeing a mountain range. We're seeing the difference of a few meters viewed from hundreds of meters in the air. So the scale of that dimensionality is limited, and so the experience of it feels quite flat because it is quite flat. It's a river plane. But the dimensionality is nonetheless there. The shadow and shine of the highlights and shadows across that that riverbed give you enough dimension to feel. It feels etched in to me. And the other thing is around where your attention goes. I think it is a gift sometimes to be dragged kicking and screaming by the eyeballs to the centre of interest. It is a gift to have the freedom to explore without ever falling out the edge. And the key element I'll bring your attention back to is that area of highest contrast in the image is right in the heart of the river where the most water is flowing, and that's the anchor that keeps your eye coming back to. That's where the highest contrast is. It's where the richest detail is. That's the closest you will get to a subject here. But here, the subject is the whole landscape, and you have the freedom to explore it, and that's a treat.
Rescore, please, judges. $83 silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Cool. Can we have a comment from Roger, please?
I enjoyed this as a piece of graphic design, really. I enjoyed the earthiness of it, the sort of the primalness of it, the tones and the colour. So well done to the photographer, and keep pursuing this.
Thank you. Next print, please. Oh, it's okay. So this is yep, push it in. So this entry has been removed. So yep. So we just keep going. So this is okay. Keep going. Yep. Can we have a blank screen, please? Blank screen, please. But can I have that print removed at the moment, please? We're on to 65. Next print, please. Sorry, we have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
It's slightly oversaturated. I think if you made the palette a lot more subtle, then the feeling of this place would have shone through and you would have scored higher.
Thank you so much. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 80 silver award, but Tony Stewart, it's all yours.
Look, I just popped this through into a gold at 91 because there's a story which I'm not fully aware of, but I'm reading into this the old and the new of maritime history. You've got this cabin that's made out of this upturned ship, yet you've got this brand new kind of, is it Suzuki there, Jace, on the outboard motor that's parked there? You've got the Yamaha, boat parked there, and you've got this castle on the hill. So it sort of harks back to the sort of good old ye days of maritime history and sort of whalers and sealers, but the person's not there. So whether that's the people have gone because that industry has disappeared. There's all these wee relics that we know about in terms of fishing and the history there of the folk, and it's sort of in those places of ye old England. The castle on the hill could be Lindisfarne or something like that, around those mythical sort of places of legend. So I love the fact that we don't know the full story. There's definitely characters and history there. The colour palette is very soft and pleasing, and it's been very well handled, particularly the depth of those shadows.
Okay, we're coming down the other end. Janine.
Well, thank you, Tony. I felt like this was an extremely interesting place. I'd love to go there, but I just wasn't sure that this was the best shot to make in this situation. I just had a feeling there was a better shot there somewhere. And I think perhaps the treatment of the image, it doesn't quite go with that sense of history and nostalgia that we were talking about. It feels pretty saturated and bright in places. So I am all ears though, especially on that story. So yeah.
Okay, can we hear from who's around there? We're going to go to Mike, please.
I gave the 78. I actually found it quite busy, and I wasn't quite sure why. I kept on looking at things and then looking at other things, and then I found it, I guess, historically interesting, and it was the historical part that I found interesting, as opposed to the picture. So I'm looking at this as a photograph of a landscape, and then going, okay, the elements within it are really interesting, but is the photograph itself interesting? And I found it was let down by the merging of elements, the clutter within elements, but also when you talk about something with historical style, it's bright and beautiful, and that's a detraction from that scenario as well. So I'm not feeling that they've fully understood what they wanted to say.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
And I think this is why we have 5 judges, because we do have such a range of views and looking at things, and to go from where we are from this and the previous images over such a range, I think is magic to hear each other's perspective. I think we also need to look at the fact that the photographer has given us a really strong foreground, mid and back, which for this category I think is quite a crucial elements to kind of make sure they get right. I believe they've done that. And I think, Mike, you're looking at the bright and beautiful, which in history, for historical kind of setting, we'd probably be tempted to put this into black and white, yet the creator hasn't, and they've kept it in colour. There's almost a fairy tale look to this, with the saturation of those bright points. There is something a little bit mythical to go with that. So look, I've got 91. It may be a hard push to go into gold, but team, let's see what we can do to get it up a bit higher and to give this photographer a little bit more recognition.
Rescore, please. With a score of 82, silver award. Well done. Cool. Can we have a blank screen, please? Tony, go take a break. And Marama, would you like to come back on, please? Right, can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment from Janine, please?
So well done to the photographer for this bronze award, because it takes a bit of bravery to enter an image like this. So I applaud that. Now, I think perhaps to improve this image is really consider the I suppose the design, because there's not really a clear narrative perhaps that we can see, and so then you're really relying on strong design principles for your image, and also a little bit of paying attention. There were a couple of spots in there that potentially in this category could have been removed as minor distracting elements. So just proofreading those images, and but carry on. This is a really great result on bronze.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, so we've got a 75 bronze award.
Congratulations, photographer. Can we please have a comment from Marama?
Congratulations to the photographer for capturing this image and for getting up there in those mountains. I think that's pretty incredible in itself. To elevate it more, I'd like to see that bottom left-hand corner either more in focus or lightened to match the rest of the image.
Thank you. Next image, please.
And we have a score of 70. Can I get a comment, please, from Jace?
Yeah, look, I see what the photographer was going for here. Hi, Belinda, by the way. The low-angle light on hills like this is gorgeous. The heavy contrast treatment needed a strong graphical construction, and the sheep and whatever other objects there are a bit too indistinct and anonymous to really stand out, but they're too standouty to disappear. So this is sort of stuck in between having a subject or the landscape being the subject.
Excellent. Thanks, Jace. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 83. And we have an automatic challenge. Roger, do you want to take it away, please?
Yeah, I thought it'd be good to talk about this image. When I was a kid, I gave it a 90. When I was a kid in England, I remember we had these placemats from the battles of Trafalgar and all of the various other sea battles, and it reminded me of that straight off the bat. So it's got a real sense of nostalgia to it. That's the first thing. The way it's been, the aesthetic on it is beautiful. It's elegant, and the tones and the colours are precise. It's a point in time. I'm sort of the thing that raised it for me really was just answering the questions as to what's going on. Like, how's the photographer there when this thing's submerged? Was it supposed to happen? Is it on a sandbank? Has he just caught that moment when it's going to go all the way in? And then what about those boats in the background? Why are they going out of the frame? Why they're not coming to help? So it's just, for those reasons, I put it into the gold. So what do you think?
Excellent. I'd love to hear from Jace. You're at the other end there.
Yeah, I gave it 75, which was a bit of a fence-sitting score, I'll admit. I felt like I wanted to reward a technically proficient image. It's well printed, it's sharp and crisp, it's detailed, it's well handled. But I want to read it as a landscape. We're in the landscape category that is being presented to us in that way. And I'm seeing a subject that tells a literal story and a record of an event happening. That's interesting, but it's not a landscape. And I'm open to help to read it as a landscape image. It's an interesting choice to present it as such. So as a landscape image, it lacks a rhythm and a shape and a graphic quality that I would look for because all I can see is something happening.
Thanks for that, Jace. Mike, you had something to add?
Yeah, I gave this 84, so obviously I saw merit within it. I find this quite a classical style landscape, seascape, sorry, there you go, it's a seascape. And as such, it ticks all the boxes that a classical seascape would ask for. And I just find it very, very well done. Don't see it as well done as Roger, but I see it better well done than you, Jace, so I'm in the middle.
Thanks for that, Mike. Janine, you've got something you'd like to add?
Very briefly, I think carrying on from what Mike was saying, I think there is a real sense of abandonment, melancholy, sadness about the tones of this image and the placement of the main subject, obviously. So she's an old girl. It's a pretty sad story.
Thanks, Janine. And right for reply. Thanks, Roger.
Well, thanks, Mike. You answered half of my question with the word seascape, so I won't dwell in that. You said there's no rhythm, but I completely disagree. I suggest, look, start at the left side. You've got 3 vertical lines. Are they pylons or something? And then you've got you've got the line from the water to the ship. You've got the ship itself, and then you've got whatever those things are called, that are lane marker type things, and then 2 boats. So it's actually it's almost like a piece of music, really. It's got, it's got the little sort of melody in the background, the main event, and then off you go. But it's just, I think this is it's a genre of photography that's almost been forgotten, and we should reward it for still being there and being done well. It's classical, it's nostalgic, I see an elegance in it, but I also see your melancholy. So, look, I urge you to come up. I think it's worthy of more than it's got at the moment.
Okay, we've got a score of 83 at the moment. Roger's looking for a gold. Judges, please rescore. Hold on, let me just press the button. Ed, sorry guys.
What's he going to do? What's he going to do?
Okay, and we have a silver distinction, 85. Great discussion. May we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. And we have an automatic challenge. Roger? You're sitting on 90.
Sorry, guys. Look, I just love. Well, I love the minimalism of this. Really, is what grabbed me. The choices the photographers made. Personally, I might have done a tighter or a more symmetrical crop, but actually, the way it is adds tension. There's just enough in there for it to retain its minimalism but have the detail. What do I mean by that? Well, you've got really three elements, I suppose: the bright of the peak, the tree, and then the wee line that sort of subtly comes across and anchors it all. And I think it's. I want to know where that place is, but it's just been beautifully done, and it resonates emotionally. The sense of peace and calm and art, I suppose.
Thanks for that, Roger. Marima, you're on the other end there.
Yeah, I'm on 72, and I was hoping someone could explain more to me so that I could give it the appreciation that it deserves. So thank you, Roger. I have struggled with composition, with it being slightly off-centre but kind of in the centre. But I do appreciate the highlights and the tones that have been created as well. So I'm ready to listen to others as well.
Jace, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I think compositionally I love it. I think I gave it 81, and I might nudge it up a bit from there. Still, I think that slight tension and balance and tension of the offset of the dark tree slightly right, the light face slightly left, works really well, and I think that's a very considered composition. I actually was struggling with the blueness and trying to decide between whether that communicates the coldness that is appropriate for the setting, or if it's a bit overwhelming and detracts from, and it's a bit heavy-handed. So that's what held me back, and I'm open to interpreting it more as an appropriate coldness.
Okay, right of reply, Roger?
Look, for me, this image is about emotion, really. It's how you respond. And if I was going to sum that one emotion up, for me, it's calm. And calm is cool. So I think I don't need to say any more. Let's just do it.
Okay, judges, please re-enter your score. And we stay at 85, silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. May I have the next print, please? And we have a score of 78, bronze award. Have we got anybody? Roger? Would you like to challenge it?
Look, I scored this 87. I felt it. I felt myself there. I just felt the chaos, the noise, the power. The photographer's shown it. It's coming at you in all areas of the frame. And yet when you actually dissect in the frame, it takes you on a wonderful journey. From waterfall to shelf to waterfall to shelf, from triangle to a series of triangles. Compositionally, it's put together really quite. There's thought's gone into this. It's deliberate. And then the details of the water, just watching all those cascades fall down. I think it's better than a bronze, guys.
Thanks for that, Roger. Can we hear from Janine, please? You're sitting on a 73.
Yeah, I guess I was really overwhelmed when I looked at this, and I was really struggling to rest with it and figure out my journey through it. There was a lot happening. I did see the triangles though, so I was taken with that, but it was too much for me to take on board all at once. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that, Janine. Mike, you've got something you'd like to add? Sorry, yes, yep. Roger's challenging, so you can have a chat.
You talked about the power, the strength, and the dynamic nature of this. I gave this 75 just to let you know where I'm coming from. I found the drama's there, but the photographer hasn't amplified the drama, and I think that a stronger contrast or basically a direction for us to find a main element and then work our way through would have made it much stronger. Also, I see a cropping out the right-hand side because all the power is on the left, and I find that flow through to the back white snow of the mountain at the top. All stays on the left, not the right. So I find it reasonably successful, but not totally successful.
Thanks for that, Mike. Roger, you
I think
reply.
the photographer's made certain choices, really, and we have to go with the choices that the photographer's made. But for me, the highlight is that area between the two waterfalls where that spray just comes at you. It just explodes at you. How that you can't see power in an explosion? It's so it just comes at me. And Janine, if your response was overwhelmed, well, that's the whole point of the image. It is overwhelming. Like if you stand there with your camera, you're going to be taking a picture and then drying it, taking a picture and drying it. It's and that just comes through. But in amongst this power, you've got also, for me, the delicacy of the spray has been captured beautifully. So you've got a bit of a tension there. I think the photographer has done. They've made some brave choices, and for me, they've filled the frame beautifully. And yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 79. So we will be rejudging this again. So judges, just give me a moment and we'll be popping in a 79 or an 80 if you want it to go up to a silver. And the image stays at 79. Congratulations to the photographer. May I have a blank screen, please? Just going to do a quick judge change. Roger, can you take a break, please? And we'll get Tony Stewart on, please. Okay, and everybody good? Next print, please.
Okay, we have an initial score of 87, but we are going to an automatic challenge from Tony Stewart.
What a good sandwich does. Look, having just come back from lunch and seeing the presentation here, I've written down my notes. There's a rich tapestry of rural life, and I think you've pretty much got all these elements that make up rural New Zealand together as one. And you've got a sense of isolation, you've got a sense of mood, you've got a sense of space, you've got the man-made elements there, the washing on the line, the railway tracks, the sheds, but there's no sense of people. But we know they must be in there, but they're caught up amongst the landscape. And the middle series between, is that the two-headed cow? I can't quite figure out if it's a sign or something. It's very sort of much, if you go through rural Spain, they have the big bulls. But you've got the washing, and then you've got the pig or the calf skin on the fence. It's so iconic Kiwi. I think it's a very clever depiction of our rural lifestyle. So look, let's see what the others think. Hopefully we're very close to giving a good, solid reward to this photographer. I had 96.
Let's go down to Jace.
I suspected you might. I was on 82. And the reason I was on 82 is that I was struggling to put together a lot of, there's a lot of good stuff here, a lot of great details, a great little vignettes, but coming together as the whole, that picture of rural life, it's a fairly, it's like, yeah, you can photograph a bunch of things in the country and you'll get a sense of the country, but the coming together visually doesn't happen. The telling of a cohesive story that's greater than that doesn't happen to elevate it beyond. I mean, maybe I've been stingy at silver distinction, I might. And then but the other thing that is really troubling me is the strength of the heavy-handedness of the vignettes, of the skies of some, and at the tops of some of the images, that sort of breaks the tonal whole and creates this kind of checkerboard effect or this strong distinction between the images that stops them coming together cohesively, visually speaking. And the design, the choice of a 9-image grid, each of those images has to stand on its own and contribute to the whole and come together cohesively visually as a design construction, and that's what that tonal treatment doesn't. It separates them into different boxes.
Okay, Janine, you're in the middle there.
I was really hoping you'd come to me, actually. So I scored this 88. Now, I'll be bringing my score up, I think, to 93 at this point, but Tony got me on this soul thing. He said, there is no actual people in the picture, and I'm like, there is so much evidence and just detritus of human existence, but no actual human beings. And I thought, yep, that's me. I'm into gold now. And I just hit a wee answer on the vignette. If you kind of scrunch up your eyes, you do get, it is like a hole. You're looking through the keyhole, as it were, into these worlds. So I'll just leave you with that.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, team. Look, how about we agree on gold? That might be a good place to go in the middle. You're right, we've got the farmland, the rural, the people are there, have made an impact, but we're not seeing it. But Jace, we talk about the vignette. The vignette is adding to the bold contrast, and that is giving us this mood, this sense of harshness. It's either on or it's off, it's winter, it's summer, it's cold, it's warm. That is the nature of the environment. Of all places to chuck a vignette and make it dark and heavy, we've got it here. So I think the treatment is actually correct for showing that sense of place. So do consider your scores, team. I've got 96. Let's go for gold and see if we can reward this person. And before I sign off, just have another wee look. you've got the bold, the large, the sensor landscape, but look at the images with spider webs. You've got these minute details. So you've got this sense of rural life articulated from the grand to the tiniest elements. It's a very clever depiction of New Zealand life.
Rescore, please. Congratulations, 90 gold. Well done to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment from Jace, please?
Sure. Look, as a portrait of a photographer at work, I think that's a great concept. Potentially, well, I think the print quality is really letting down quite a strong image. The horizontal lines. I assume the photographer knows that, and time pressure or otherwise meant they had to put this in, but I would look pretty hard at the print quality, and yeah, that could do wonders for this.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have a blank screen, please? Mike, would you like to go grab some lunch? And Tony Carter, would you like to step in, please? Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Marama, please?
This is quite a stunning image in the way it has the vibrancy and the texture and almost the drips of the waves coming down from the top. To elevate it more, I would think about a different crop or telling more of a story.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 81 silver. And Janine's going to challenge that.
Righto team, just finding my words for this beautiful minimal landscape, but there are bonuses in the actual texture of the mountain. Now, to have the restraint to capture this image without adding more, I believe is the secret sauce. So it is that sort of minimal approach. I do enjoy the way the light is pretty subtle and then moving stronger from left to right, so it gets strongest at the right hand side. The printing is quite lovely, and I use the word lovely. I'd welcome judges' thoughts. I'm on 87.
Jace, you're at the other end.
Sure am. I was 77. I was happy with bronze. I felt that the strength of that highlight on the right hand side was too distracting. The fact that it's exiting the frame, the fact that it's obviously the brightest element in the image, and add in the straightness of that line and the harshness of that contrast, and I just get dragged over there. It kind of itches my eye the whole time from what is quite a delicate, curvy, soft ridge to then have this harsh thing grabbing my attention at the edge. And then the other thing is the crop to include so much sky with so little feature. I feel sort of detracts from this. Yeah, that I agree. That ridge line is pretty lovely.
Okay, Tony Carter, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I'm on 81, and I think it sort of sits comfortably for me there. The print quality is superb, but it just that line running through and getting quite bright in that right-hand corner sort of kept me out. I guess there's a lot of nothing, which is what it's about, but I think then it's just the treatment is quite strong and graphic for something that is quite gentle, and it sort of I was getting the pull either way, and I think that's sort of kept me at silver.
Lovely, back to you, Janine.
So I actually have quite strong feelings about this treatment, because I believe that if that treatment in the big sky hadn't have happened, you might not have actually bothered taking this picture. And I think that has strengthened it up, and it made it into a really strong composition with the highlight on the right exiting the frame, and it's what's dragging you through from left to right. So my take is that really without that strong graphic treatment, we would not have gone there. So I urge you to look at it through that lens. Welcome a few more points, please.
Lovely, thank you. Can we rescore, please, judges? And we've moved up to 82 Silver Award. Congratulations to the author. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Janine?
Look, well done entering this sort of abstraction of the landscape, because that can be quite challenging. And I think there are lots of successful elements here to enjoy. There's sort of like different component parts. But as time goes on with entering these awards, we sort of refine our ways of cropping and looking at images and also printing them as well. And I think there was probably some distance to be had perhaps by choosing a different paper stock and just refining perhaps the size of the print and the exposure or the brightness of it as well. So well done, and keep carrying on.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 68, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from... Nobody's looking. Jace, please.
Yeah, right. This is a really interesting approach to a composition, and so I think the exploration of focusing on the detail of the landscape is a good instinct, and there's interesting elements here, but they just haven't come together in this instance, mainly I think because of the brightness and the loss of detail in the white area through the middle, in particular left middle, and some of maybe the post-production choices have left that whole top left part of the image sort of lacking in detail and a bit distracting from what could have been an interesting composition.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Janine?
Sure. Look, I really enjoyed the way the photographer had chosen to frame the snow-capped mountain within that foreground. I do feel like the shadows have been lifted quite a lot, and the print has, as a result, come out fairly flat. So just keeping an eye on those sorts of things would certainly help.
Thank you, Janine. Next print, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Tony Carter, please.
Yeah, so congratulations on your bronze. The hero of the shot was the shed, and I feel your placement is placed very well in the frame. To bring this up, it sort of feels like it's underprinted, and it just looks like it needs a little bit more darkening and a bit more power. Yeah.
Thank you, Tony. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Jace, please?
What's happening in the bottom half of the image is, well, the central bottom of the image there with the dog and the person is magical, and the light is magical. I just think it competes way too much. The top half of the image just detracts from what's going on down there where the real goods are. So even a thin panorama could have been a really powerful use of this moment.
Thank you so much. Next print, please. We have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Marama, please? Thank you.
Yeah, there's some really different elements in this image, and I think the photographer could benefit by focusing on one of them. Like the clarity of the mountains is quite strong, but there's the movement of the birds. The foreground and the water and the stones are out of focus. So what is it that you want to play with? Is it the reflection? Is it the landscape? Is it the movement?
Thank you, Marama. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77, but we have an automatic challenge. Janine, away you go.
So I scored this image 90. And I guess I was enjoying the story of all the layer upon layer upon layer, and also the little details that are in there that some could be read as being not so desirable, but I felt that they actually added to the composition in the way that we move from darkness to the most subtle pale layers in the background. And let's not forget this has all been done in camera. So I'm obviously in a different stratosphere, but I'd really welcome other judges' thoughts.
You know it's coming, Jace.
Yeah, look, and my apologies to the photographer. I scored a 68, and that's tough. What has been observed here, the receding ridges, the silhouettes, the backlit, hazy landscape, I love that stuff. That's my jam as well. I'm really into it. And what you've seen is fantastic, and it's unfortunately just very difficult technically to get a result out of without ending up with muddying of details and loss of clarity. And that's just atmospheric conditions. Sometimes this kind of image works, and sometimes it doesn't. And I think on this occasion, conditions have conspired against you. And the birds on the left, exquisite. Some of the outlines of some of the crisper trees and more interesting shapes, wonderful. Overall, especially the bottom half of the image has a lot of real estate. It's taking up a third of the space without contributing enough compared to the middle section. The middle section is where all the glory is, and then the top section again is not pulling its weight. So look really, in a situation like this, try a lot of compositions, look at a lot of different framing options to really make each part of the image contribute something, and explore this kind of technique because it's great. So that was more feedback than it was a discussion, but there you go.
Okay, Tony Stewart, you were in the middle there.
Nothing new to add at 78 other than I've heard and agree with elements from both judges.
I'll leave back to you, Janine.
It is fantastic to have the opportunity to actually have a chat about images like this. Now, what, in my opinion, I suppose that sort of muddiness or loss of clarity to me is softness, and it's a really evocative of a feeling of peace and tranquility. And if it was hard, it just wouldn't do that. The messaging wouldn't be right. So I really picked on this for its incredibly trying to find my words here. Incredible peace and tranquility. So, and I also think that having done a few of these before, you do need a sort of a decent amount of dark foreground to really anchor it and help us appreciate what's going on in the higher parts of the image. So, just consider peace and tranquility and softness.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Okay, Janine, you can take a break. And Rebecca, you are needed. Thank you. Rebecca. Okay, while we're just waiting for one of our judges, we are sponsored by Ilford here today in the landscape category. They do a fantastic job for all your prints, the papers, and lots of other things. They have been in business for over 137 years. Generations of customers have demanded the very best, and this is why they continue to choose Ilford. Operating from their manufacturing headquarters in the UK, our products are shipped around the globe and into the discerning hands of beginners, enthusiasts, students, and professional photographers, as well as leading labs, classrooms, and darkrooms. Thank you. Right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
I think a very clever composition with the surrounding trees and the isolation of the single tree mirrored with the life and death of the one below. I really don't know what I'd say to improve this, to be fair. I think it's a stunning image and well deserving of the award given.
Thank you, Tony. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Tony's going to challenge that. Tony Carter.
Ooh. I'm on 85, so the exact score I tell everybody else not to score, just on. But yeah, silver distinction for me. You sort of look at this and you just feel like somebody's run something heavy over it and really compressed it and scraped and all this sort of thing. So it's got a very organic feel to me, and the foreground, the heaviness of the foreground through to the lightness, to the heaviness, to the lightness, to the heavy light. So that's been done in such a strong, forceful manner to me, but still showing some softness. These beautiful creatures. So it's feeling very organic, and for this category, I think it's quite masterful. I think the presentation is fantastic, and it's sort of raw and rough, but still got its soft beauty in some ways.
A bit like you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. Let's listen to Marama.
I'm on 72, but I can appreciate what Tony has explained to us. I struggled with the way that the birds are on a slope compared to the horizon line. So, yeah, I kind of like to rectify that, and that the contrast of the birds in the foreground compared to the softness of the other ones. It's quite grungy. So, but I do like what Tony had said about it. So I will come up.
Okay, can we hear from Tony Stewart?
Look, I was 73. I'm not sure I understand the purpose of the technique, and without the technique, I'm not sure that it was a strong shot with the elements we'd expect to start with, let alone going for the treatment that we've seen. So I'm a little bit lost as to the strength without the treatment, and then with the treatment that obviously seeing, I'm not sure that it's adding. So look, I'm not quite sure I'm believing the same narrative that you've got there, Tony, I'm afraid.
Okay, Tony Carter.
I guess I feel like it feels quite original in its form, but I can understand. It's one of those images probably that I find it quite hard to explain, but to me it feels like it's done by somebody who really knows what they're doing and is taking a risk by presenting it in this way to us. So if you could just come up even into silver, I'd be really happy. Thank you.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 78, bronze award. Well done. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard, but Jace has got his finger up, so
Look, I gave it 83. I'm not honestly a huge fan of in-camera motion of simple landscapes most of the time. There's a sort of caveat. But I think this has been executed to a higher standard and with a lot more intentionality than a lot of work I have seen like this, and I want to reward that. It's a deliberate and careful use of a technique which has added an extra element to an already quite serene and gorgeously lit landscape. It's understated, and that dynamic sort of bottom left, upper right movement, while preserving a strong horizon, hasn't muddied that or blurred that horizon unnecessarily. I think that's worth an award. I think that's worth a silver award, in fact, to be specific.
okay, we're moving along. 1 to Tony Carter.
Yeah, I scored at 70. I found that horizon very central, and there wasn't really a lot of information for me to really feel like awarding this image in any of our ranges. As far as the lighting goes, I sort of found it quite flat and uninteresting, and also the landscape not really saying much at all. So that's why I'm sitting on 70, and I haven't really heard anything yet that'll make me feel like putting it into an award standard.
Okay, we'll move along with one more to Marama.
I can recognise both of what Jace and Tony has said. I really enjoy the texture and the movement and the colour palette. It's gorgeous. I just would like to take some off the top to strengthen that composition.
Thank you, Jace.
Yeah, I can see a crop of some of the sky would be beneficial. But I think what we have presented with is absolutely award-worthy, so let's give it one.
Rescore, please. Jace, where's your score? Okay, we've gone into 75 Bronze Award. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 76, which is a Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
How incredible to be up there photographing that. I just felt it was a bit tight at the top, and the bottom was quite heavy, and there's just some incredible magic going on there in that sort of top peak, and even coming down to that second one. But the balance I don't think is quite right there. So perhaps have just a bit of a play around with crop.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is professional standard. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Tony Carter, please?
The light sort of hitting that landscape down below and on that cloud is fantastic. Watch your shadow treatment and just that sort of light coming through the clouds there, and the bluey colour there, it's sort of quite distracting, but you know, definitely something to explore, and it could have worked equally as well, or not even better, and maybe better in monochrome. Definitely worth exploring.
Thank you, Tony. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 84, but Tony Stewart, you have a challenge.
Yes, 92. I think a very unique exploration of the snowy landscape with what could be footprints going across the foreground. The shape aren't quite human feet, but I'm not too sure what it is. But it's quite unique.
We are on live stream, so.
Correct. I haven't said it. But we've got a gradation of tone through the highlights through to the shadows, and you've got the little copse of trees and the bigger bunch that's mirroring each other. I think it's just a beautiful aesthetic, and I think there's a joy and simplicity, and the tonal exploration is well worthy of credit.
Okay, and what have we got? Down the other end we have Jace.
Why does this keep happening? I found the composition a little unbalanced, a little heavy to the left. We'll say footprints, last set on the right, just touching the edge of the frame, and the row of trees that's just over the horizon, kind of just some awkwardness in that composition that I felt were within the photographer's control to refine. And the choice of the square crop, it just didn't come together for me. So I gave it 78, which is a solid bronze, an award-worthy image, but it's about where it belongs for me.
Okay, Bex, you're in the middle there.
This just kept. I'm sorry, I'm on 88. I think it's definitely sitting in that high silver distinction, and or perhaps even coming up into the gold. It really was wow factor for me. The only thing that would be letting it down would be how the sky is just a bit. There's just a bit much of it. I think the crop could have been handled better to kind of allow your eye to rest nicely in those trees, as opposed to going out and having too much at the top. Otherwise I probably would have gone higher, but it's been beautifully handled, and it's got it's so delicate, those trees. It's a harsh environment, yet it feels soft and delicate. So well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Back to you, Tony Stewart.
Yeah, look, totally. It's a unique inclusion with the footprint and direction. Without those footprints, I think it would be another snowy landscape, but we do have quite a unique element which I think deserves some degree of reward for originality. The fact that we've got this element and that's on the edge tension, I think that actually adds for that. Personally, seeing that go off to the right hand side when you've got the minimal copse of trees also on that right hand edge, I think those things actually work in unison together. I think exploration of tone has been well handled, and I think there's the overall feeling for this is delicate. So look, what are we on at the moment? 80.
We're on 84 silver.
We're on 84. Look, maybe we're in the middle and go 80 a silver distinction if you find a gold too hard to work to. I'm on 92 and I'll be staying.
Thank you. Rescore, judges, please. '86 silver distinction. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Okay, that was our last printing tree. So everybody, you can all jump up and have a bit of a wander around. Don't go too far. We'll just get set up for the digitals. Yep.
All right, kia ora team. Just while we're waiting for this changeover, let's have another chat about one of our sponsors, our major sponsor, the Ilford brand. This is supplied by Jack C.R. Kennedy. Be sure to visit Gerard and his team for all your questions about the extensive range of Ilford products. C.R. Kennedy and Ilford are long-time supporters of NZIPP and its events, and we are thrilled to have them once again as a category sponsor and major sponsor of the NZIPP Gala Awards ceremony. Thank you for your continued support of NZIPP and the photographic community. Just a reminder to check out the trade stands to see the latest gear, ask the experts any questions you might have. And you can also go and check out the award entries in the print gallery. A number of the prints are going to be up for auction on Thursday from 5 p.m. at our live print auction with auctioneer extraordinaire Mark Rosetto. So if you're in Christchurch, make sure that you get along there.
Could we have landscape judges back to room 1, please? Righty-ho, we're back to the landscape category of the NZIPP Awards. We are now into our digital prints. Thank you for your patience while we've got that sorted. Can we have the first digital image, please? Oh, before we do that, we have got judges Francis Suter, we have Mike Langford, Roger Wanless, Tony Stewart and Rebecca Kempton. Thank you. First image, please, judges. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Oh, happy, cool. Can we have a comment from Roger, please?
Look, I enjoyed the overall composition, but I particularly enjoyed the comparison, I suppose, between the real forest as seen on the bottom left and the tree-like shape from the aerial river delta, and that narrative is something which I'm sure is deliberate, and I commend the photographer for it.
Thank you, Roger. Next image, please. Right, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 82. I actually found it quite visually dynamic. I think the black and white tonal separations of the layers has worked very, very well. I think it's superior in its communication. It's got great visual depth. I'd like to hear what's wrong with it.
Okay, so we're going to go to Tony Stewart.
Look, the tonal exploration, I think, is certainly well deserving of note, so well done for that there. The visual depth, though, I kind of felt was lacking. When you see the bird, it wasn't sharp, and the foreground, that wasn't sharp. So I don't know if it has got that visual depth, what I'd expect to see throughout the range of the picture that's been chosen to be included.
Thank you. Can we hear from Francis?
Yes, I really enjoyed the drama in this image and the narrative. I think the road in the foreground really gives us a good indication why that bird has to fly very, very fast away. He's flying for his life, really. I do agree he could be in focus a little bit more, but overall I think it's a beautiful, dynamic image with lots of drama.
Thank you. Back to you, Mike.
It's certainly not perfection. It's certainly not a distinction. It's a... Sorry.
I struggle to hear with the noise.
Okay. I agree with you that it has faults, which is why I've just really gone into a silver, only just. But I think if we don't do that, we're sort of putting it down where it hasn't worked at all. This works on certain levels. I'm not saying it works on every level, but I'm just celebrating the success of it, that's all.
Thank you, Mike. Rescore, please. Okay, we've now sitting on a 79 bronze award, so judges, can we have either a 79 bronze or 80 for silver? Thank you. And we stay with 79 bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. We have a score of 70, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from, would you like to challenge or?
Yeah, look, I just think it's a very interesting capital of some architecture, rounded up by this beautiful garden. I think the colours work well, so I put it into the bronze. I'm on the 76, and I think it's deserving of both bronze award.
Okay, can we go to Rebecca, please?
Look, I was down in the professional standard scoring range at 62. There's just I can't find a place for my eye to rest here, and I'm not really sure what I'm meant to be sort of focusing on or looking at. In the background, there's a couple of bright houses coming over that rooftop that are just distracting me. The building's been quite cut off, and I sort of feel like perhaps the interest is actually in the lower part of the image, and a different crop or something like that might have just brought that up a little bit, and sort of delving into those beautiful old windows. I mean, they just look how fascinating they are, and I just think they've been lost here a bit. Yeah, that's where I'm.
Can we hear from Roger, please?
Yeah, I scored this 77. I agree with Francis that it's worthy of a bit more than the professional standard. Look, if we wanted, so compositional wise, it's showing the context of the buildings and the gardens. So that's what the photographer's chosen to do, and the way they've done that, I think, is reasonable with the crop. You've got a lovely balance there of the bright roofs and the bright garden. You've got leading lines from the right-hand side coming into the garden, which I guess is the focus of attention, and that's sort of tumbling down off the building. I mean, we're not talking about a gold here, we're talking about a bronze. And I also think the treatment of it, it's beautifully crisp, and all the details are there. It's an image you can go around and look at quite carefully for quite a while. Like there's some. If you look at the windows, there's some humans in one of the windows. It's something you can sit down and explore. So I think it's better than a professional standard. I agree.
Okay, back to you, Francis, and can we just make sure your microphone's on?
I think Roger,
Just press here.
Sorry, I think Roger rounded it all up. It's a very peaceful image. It gives us a good idea how old buildings, possibly, I assume it's somewhere in Europe, where it can be really nice and peaceful, sitting in these quiet gardens. There's not many people there, not a single person in the garden, and that's very typical. Often there are museums these days, so there's not much happening. And then in the background, yes, I agree, the houses in the background first can look a bit distracting. However, it actually, I think it strongly adds to the narrative, because the hustle and the bustle is in the back of the city there with modern buildings and that peaceful old castle or whatever it was. It doesn't really matter in this case. Just stands there strong and is waiting for the next 100 or so years and see what happens. So I think that's documented in a very well way, in a very nice way.
Okay, please rescore, judges.
Oh, okay. Sorry, getting there.
Okay, we've come up to 72 professional standard. Congratulations. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, but we have an automatic challenge from Roger.
Word of the day, guys, transcendent. I wanted to use transcendent today, and this is the image for it. Look, I'm assuming this is an aerial photograph, but it almost looks like it's an astrophotograph in bits. And on the one hand, it's all of these wonderful shapes. It's something quite, I don't know, they're glowing, they just jump out at you. As a piece of aesthetic art, it's unique and it's bold and it's, what's the word? It does, it reaches up to the heavens. It is transcendental, if that's the right word. But at the same time, it's got a comic element. It reminds me of those things at the Turner's Yards, where they blow up with the wind and come down and blow up and come down. It's go gold, guys. It is gold. It's gold coloured. What more do I need to say?
Okay, we'll hear from Mike, please.
Yeah, even after that description, Roger, I still don't understand it. So I guess that's why I gave it a 74. Maybe I should have stepped off and let someone else give it a go. In fact, I will. Can I do that? Because I'm so not understanding of it. You can judge for me.
Okay. What did you want to give it? Sorry, am I?
They've done your score already. I think you probably have to.
Oh, okay.
I think you can jump off.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, okay. So
Good.
Not make a
Good
comment,
call.
That's okay.
Okay, that's fine. We'll go to Tony Stewart though.
Thanks.
Look, Roger, I'm going to come in and support this because I'm on 88 and I kind of had in my mind, am I being a bit stingy? Am I a bit scared? And look, I tell you, there's two things I'm seeing in this. Is in Africa you get these lovely big fat baobab trees and you've kind of got this sort of illusion of leaves. But I'll give you another one I've read into it, and this is again this transcending, like the Aboriginal dream time. You kind of got this sort of sense of nightscape with the sort of the dots and the stars. So for an aerial looking down landscape, it actually works looking up to the night sky and the trees. I also think it's very clever, and I will come to gold. I think that's well worthy.
Okay, we'll come back to Roger.
No one else? Look, I've just seen one other image, one other aspect too, is it could be underwater with these sort of jellyfish. you know, the sort of luminescent jellyfish wobbling around underwater. So look, the fact that someone like Mike doesn't understand it seems to me to speak volumes. Art is supposed to be, you know, it doesn't hit you in the face. Well, this hits you in the face visually, but as a narrative, I mean, I'm not quite sure what it is, but put that on your wall and sit with it every day, and you'll see something different every time. It's unique and it's original, and the fact that we've seen underwater, we've seen car yards, we've seen Astro, we've seen, what was yours? Moab trees. Like it's and the fact, you know, it's almost sort of post-apocalyptic, if you like. If you have a forest fire that goes through a forest, that all the trees look like that, don't they? So it's full of narratives. So let's go to gold.
Rescore, please, judges.
Enter. Just hit enter after you've done it. Put in your number again. No. No, it's not taking it. Come down. It's locked her out.
Can you try the keypad instead of the numbers at the top?
Oh yeah. No, it's not doing it that either. No, you can't get the numbers into the box.
Can you click into the square? If you get your mouse and click into the square.
Okay, good talking. 90 Gold Award. Congratulations. Well done to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have a comment from Francis, please?
Yes, well done to the photographer. Beautiful time of the day, a beautiful balance between the light, the first or the last light in the sky, also in the water, and then that touch of light on the jetty there with this person. It's just the right balance to the rest of the scene. So well seen and well composed, beautiful composition. Well done to the photographer.
Thank you, Francis. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Yes, you can, Francis.
Well, I just think this is, first of all, technically done really, really well. The balance, the details in the snow, depth of field, the capture is technically done really, really well. Also, the narrative, it's just stunning. All these peaceful graves sitting there in a graveyard. The tree hall on the right, which is quite dominant and strong, but I think it works really well. It sort of holds it all together and creates this very meaningful image. So I'm on 86, and I'd like you to come up and have another look at that image. There's so much detail to explore and to just stay for a while.
Okay, we've got to come down to Tony Stewart, please.
72, and for the same reasons. I thought it was technically proficient, and I think for a professional entry, all those things are happening there, which is great. I'm left without a sense of overall purpose. Yes, it's a graveyard in the snow, but I'm still not really. I'm sort of whizzing around without landing on any particular area. There's that blank spot in the trees that's sort of drawing me up, as opposed to what could be a gravestone with someone's significant date and name. I'm sort of looking for a little bit more of an anchor.
Okay, Roger.
It just wants one. I mean, I looked at this and wondered about it, and what made me move into the silver range was the lines of the composition lead you to the only gap in there of sky in the left. And this is a graveyard in the snow, and I imagined all these spirits and the souls going out through that gap. And I'm assuming that's been done deliberately, and it creates quite an interesting narrative, really. So I just add that to the piece. That's why I put it in the silver.
Okay, back to you, Francis.
Yes, I agree. It is very peaceful. It is a very cold, snowy day in winter. Graveyards don't tend to be visited much this time of the year, and I think the photographer is exactly trying to say this with this image. Once again, that little gap on the right-hand side towards the sky just gives us an idea. There's another world there, even though these graves have been sitting there, we don't know how long for. They all have. Even if you're going in close, you can actually read on the stones, and you get some information there. And I just think it's a very interesting image, well crafted with a beautiful narrative. So I'd like you to come up a few points and get into the silver distinction range.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. We now sit on 79 bronze awards. So judges, can we go 79 bronze, 84 silver, please? $79 bronze award. Well done to the photographer. Next image, please. Or actually, we'll just pretend there's a blank screen. Tony Stewart, would you like to take a break? And Tony Carter, would you like to jump in? Thanks. Oh, next image, please. We have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
This is quite a minimal photograph. Unfortunately, I think it's a little bit too minimal. Your eye has got nowhere to really go and find interest. It needs to be a tighter crop, possibly at the top. The black area at the bottom is just way too dominant.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Congratulations on your bronze award. I think keep going with this idea. Just shoot at a different time of day when you've got those beautiful warm colours and reflections going on in the water. Watch your depth of field, and with the piece of mirror that you've popped in the middle there, I'd probably look at bringing it to one side, like sort of look at that leading line a bit more, and depth of field through. I really appreciate that you've got those lines and the ripples coming into the shore, and that, you know, the mirror part there matching. But yeah, I just think to give it more, just, yeah, shoot at a different time of day and try a different composition there.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next image, please. Sorry. We have a score of 67, which is a professional standard. Well done to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Mike Langford, please?
Yeah, there's a few things that are slightly distracting. One of them, the main one being the bright highlight in the sky on the left. A tighter crop would have made this more dynamic. So there's always a frame within a frame. So just think about looking further into your shot.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award, and Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this a 81. I actually found it really dynamic in terms of a really strong foreground with a background that gives us a sense of the environment in which it lives. So I'm finding the context of the foreground building well established and well framed. The graphics of it are strong, simple. The colour of it is really bright and powerful in the foreground with the soft background. It's doing all the things that we ask from a landscape photograph, and I think it's doing it quite well.
Okay, let's go down to Rebecca.
Yeah, I scored this 63 in the professional standard range. The triangular shape, really great, you know, lead iron, but I'm a bit of a stickler when it comes to just symmetrical. So that middle spire, is not actually sitting in the middle of the other two, and it's slightly off, and then your eye just kind of goes through there, and then the background just disappears. It's quite heavy in the light part on the top, and I'm not seeing anything through like what's out there. I just think perhaps, yeah, a slightly different composition and crop would have elevated it for me.
Thank you, Rebecca. Can we talk to Francis, please?
Yes, I put it into a bronze, 78. I think it's a very beautifully seen architectural landscape image. I especially like the colour palette, the orange bits in the front and then get mirrored by the orange in the tree in the background. I like that a lot. I just found the river in the background a little bit distracting. I feel it cuts right through the top of the roof there of the tower. So yeah, but altogether a very well seen image.
Back to you, Mike.
Actually, I've got nothing else to add. I've said it. Thanks.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. Okay, and we are 76 Bronze Award. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Tony, please?
The beautiful shapes that are reflected here just give this quite a brutal feel, but with a softness running through the bottom. To improve it, I think the milkiness that runs over this is a little distracting on something so hard, and just not being able to see much clarity in some of the reflective nature of the image could be improved.
Thank you, Tony. Next print, please, or next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 73, but we have an automatic challenge from Rebecca.
Yeah, look, I scored this 83 silver. It had real punch when it came up on the screen. I just had a reaction to it. It was really quite in your face, and that contrast and those three different colours coming down just really drew me in. And when I got up there, I was rewarded with these little delicate bits and pieces in the, in the hills, and the lovely fence line that was all kind of a bit crooked, which shows the environment, the harsh environment that it is. But it's obviously been shot at a time of day where you've got that epic sort of cloudy, stormy, and that light, and just right place, right time, and that leading line in from the left. I just think that it's deserving of a silver for that impact and that graphic quality.
Thank you. Other end, Mike, please.
I gave the 70. Didn't quite get what you saw, but unfortunately I found quite a few distractions. Too much detail on the bottom right foreground, which really takes away the power of the background. I found a real conflict between that really busy sky and then the really busy field. There's just lots of things that just need tidying up. I'm sort of looking at the big picture, and then at the same time I'm forced to look at the small details, and the small details take away from that big picture. So I'm just finding a visual conflict.
Okay, and Francis, you're in the middle there.
Yes, I agree with both sides that have been said from. I just wonder if a different crop would have made it a bit more dramatic in the middle, to take some of the sky off and some of the dark area that is quite dominant in the image. But yeah, well seen by the photographer this time of the day. It's a beautiful light, but probably just look at a different crop, yes.
Thank you. Rebecca.
Yeah, I probably agree on the crop there, but probably not as hard. I'd just probably get rid of that animal there on the left. That was the only thing that was distracting me. I do think the balance is quite right here, Mike. Like, I know that there's that light a bit on that bottom right, but there is also quite a bit of light in that upper part of the sky. So I kind of feel that your eye does go up and out, and then through the image. So yeah, I mean, we'll see where we sit.
Rescore, please. Oh, sorry, we've gone to 74, which is still a professional standard. Well done to the photographer. Right, imagine there's a blank screen there, judges. Can we get Rebecca to take a break, and we'll bring in Janine, please. Okay, next image, please. Accept that. Okay, we have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Could we get some comments from Mike, please?
If you're shooting something architectural, you need to actually make sure that it's architecturally correct, perspective correct, angles balancing. This is just slightly out of balance on several, both vertical and horizontal. Also, the highlights are burnt out. So just look at your detail of your photograph and put detail where you want it, and think in terms of lines. Make the lines match up with each other, and you'll have a much stronger picture.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Roger, please?
Look, this is a beautiful image of a beautiful place. I congratulate the photographer. I've visited this place a few times before. It's fairly iconic, and I guess the challenge is to try and bring something different to the table as a photographer. What we've got here is beautiful. I guess either look at it differently, or in terms of the actual capture, I don't know whether I'm being a bit picky, but I'm looking for total separation of the tree from the background. Maybe that was possible, maybe not, but those are the sort of things I looked at and, when making my score. Anyway, keep visiting.
Thank you, Roger. Next image, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Mike's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I gave this 86. Did I?
88, Mike.
88. Oh, sorry, I meant to give it 86. Sorry about that. Oh, bad me. Look, I do think it's a silver with distinction, because I'm actually seeing some differences in here from just an aerial of mudflats. It's the green elements against the brown. It's that colour palette is back to front in a way. It's like normally you would think that the green would be recessive, but here it's actually coming forward and it's almost three-dimensional. So I'm finding that whole feeling of graphic elevated shapes as opposed to recessive shapes. So things are coming out instead of going back, which is making it a little bit more visually challenging and more interesting.
Thank you. Let's hear from Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 75. I'll come up into low silver. I don't like to talk like this, but I've seen this so many times. It's just losing its impact for any sort of originality. The bottom, that muddy tones down the bottom hitting the edge of the frame, just takes away from that softness of that surrounding area. So I sort of find that tension distracting. But there's nothing wrong with repeating the shots, but when it starts to lack originality, I find it hard to give a score when I've just seen the same thing every year.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Can we hear from Janine, please?
Perfect. So I gave this 82. And yes, we've seen many images that are like this, but perhaps not quite the same. I feel like this has got a really botanical sort of quality to it. And I think the word we're looking for is deboss, not emboss. So it's sticking out, yeah. And I think the greens, like Mike said, went very well with the taups. And I almost feel like the green river, for want of a better word, has almost got a skin-like quality. It's quite sort of tactile looking, which adds to my feeling of some sort of botanical specimen found in an aerial landscape. We'll be bringing my score up a couple of points.
Thank you, Janine. Can we go back to Mike? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tony, but I don't think we're allowed to actually say what you've just said, but you've said it anyway. Every image is its own image, and we have to treat it as an individual image. And I think it's unfair to compare with something you've seen before. So on that note, I'll just leave it there. Going further, I do think you're correct in that brown area touching the bottom is a bit of a merger that would be best not to be there, and that's why I haven't gone even higher. Thank you.
Rescore, please, judges. Okay, we've gone to an 85 silver distinction. Well done to the author. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. And Roger's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I put this at 86 in the silver distinction. I'd like to talk it up to that. I'd sum it up as two words, as exquisite and I've forgotten the other one. Balanced. Exquisite and balanced. Look, it's old-fashioned pictorial photography, I guess. It's not an aerial. It's just old-fashioned pictorial photography done beautifully. Nothing's over. It's nuanced. It's nothing's in your face, but it's really enjoyable to look at. So if we break it down, the photographer's been quite careful and deliberate, I guess, in how they've placed the tripod or held the camera and how they've arranged the pieces of furniture in the room. And I guess that's what I'm rewarding. Everything's deliberately in the right place and it works. So you've got, the rocks in the foreground gently lead you to the sort of mid-foreground where there's that wonderful warm tussock. There's the tussock to the left doesn't, well, it maybe just touches that little rock beyond, and that sort of connects you on your visual journey out to Mitre Peak and that copse of trees which have got enough separation so that you can see them, and then your eye dances further into the background and out to the sky, which is light at the top. So it's actually a beautiful visual journey. It's an off-photographed scene, but I think this is actually different enough to be rewarded. So.
Okay, and we're going to Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 73. I will come up into early silver. For me, the power of the image was the colours, really, how they all sort of balance and flow through the image, and I believe that's what the photographer's seen and worked with. But compositionally, I found it quite a stretch from that foreground through to the midground to the back, and it was sort of pulling me, but not really having any in a clumpy sort of a way. So that's probably what my struggle point is. But I definitely am listening to my judges, and I will be coming up to where it's sitting right now.
Okay, and Mike, you're in the middle there.
I agree with both of you. Tony, I think you're right. I think the colour palette is absolutely gorgeous in here, and that's what's elevated it to that next level for me. In terms of what Roger's just said, I would say that this is an absolute brilliant classic landscape portrait. That's what it is.
Okay, and back to Roger, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the colour palette. I forgot to say that. But in terms of Tony's little gripe about the composition, look, I'm not sure I agree, and you sort of put yourself in the position of what are you going to do differently stood in that spot at that time, and I think they've made all those decisions the right way. And particularly the area of tension to think about is that the placement of that brown tussock, and it's just enough to not interfere with everything else, but it's leading you on that visual journey. So I think it's been done correctly. So I urge you to just come up.
Right, rescore please, judges. And we've gone to 85 silver distinction. Well done.
Can I have a break? Is that all right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take give Tony a break, and we're going to bring in Jace for Tony, and we're also going to see if Roger wants. Roger, you take a break, and Marama, would you like to come back in? Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Cool. Can we have a comment from Jace, please?
I suppose you can. It's hard. It's such a specific genre of photography that I struggle to give advice around it. But I guess what I would say is that the aurora at some point becomes the same subject over and over again, and this is a phenomenal auroral display, but because it's such a striking subject and it's always essentially the same subject, everything else in the image has to work so hard to elevate it above every other aurora image, and here there's not enough else going on. So work really hard on your composition in the daytime, and then add the aurora to a good image, and you'll be away.
Mike, did you have something else?
It was just a constructive criticism of the light patch coming from underneath the cloud on the left. It happens to be against the darkest part of the sky, and it's in conflict with it. So just think about what's happening at the bottom. Is it reflecting the top? And if not, keep it the same.
Thank you. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award, and Mike's hand's gone straight up.
I've given this 87. I just think this does tell us about where the aurora is being visited, not the aurora, well, aurora and the Milky Way is being seen from. So it's an environmental portrait of a dark sky, which is an additive. It's not just a great photograph of the sky, it's a great photograph of where the sky is being viewed from. So it's elevated it from a silver to a silver with distinction.
Thank you, Mike. We're going back down to Jace.
Hello. Yeah, and given my previous comment, I suppose it's important that I address this. The composition is really striking and powerful and well constructed and obviously well planned, and it does provide us with some great context. The things that held me back on 78 was the image quality in that bottom area has suffered pretty heavily for being, I think, extremely high ISO, and the beam of light emanating from the hut, and to be clear, that's one of my favourite huts in the world. I'm very attached to this location, and I'm really excited. It's an image I would love to have, but that beam of light is sort of unexplained to me, and not in a way that adds something, but rather in a way that detracts something. It's such a powerful thing to include, but it's sort of the only sort of surreal thing in quite a literal image.
Okay, and can we hear from Francis?
Well, I don't know where the hut is, but it doesn't matter because it really works well. I have it at 84 at the moment. I am listening. I'm happy to come a little bit up. I just thought the highlight coming from the window was very, very powerful, very strong. And I thought if that would be toned down a little bit, I would not be drawn away that much from the Milky Way. Also, I found the crop quite tight. I wondered why, but I'm listening. But otherwise, yes, I think it's an absolutely gorgeous, beautiful image of Aurora plus Milky Way. Very well done, beautifully composed, yes.
Thank you. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah, look, given that the category we're looking at is in-camera capture, that light coming out of the hut is certainly surreal, but it's there. And I accept that as being what they've envisaged. It's their vision of saying, I want to say this statement, and they've made it really strong and powerful, and we can't miss it. So I think in those terms, it's very successful. The bit of noise at the bottom, you'd expect that given the conditions and how it's being shot and all those other technical things that, so I'm forgiving that and not going gold.
Can we rescore, please, judges? Okay, we've gone to 85 silver distinction. Well done to the photographer. Right, we're going to have a bit of a judge change. Tony Stewart, do you want to come in? And Francis, do you want to take a wee break? Right, we'll go for the next image. We'll do that one. There we go. And you just do that one. Okay, we have a score of 71, professional standard. Congratulations. Could we hear from Tony Stewart, please?
Absolutely. This is a comment? Yeah, comment. Look, I think the lighting and the scene is well anticipated to be there at this time. I'm almost now waiting for the subject to appear. So we've got the great location, but if there was another point of interest to elevate this to having a sort of a greater purpose, I think that would be absolutely magic.
Thank you, Tony. Next image, please. Okay, judges, you're all pretty similar. 86, silver distinction. Well done. Who would like to give a comment to the photographer? Anybody? Okay, we'll pick on Jace.
Congratulations on a strong result for a strong image. I think the graphic nature of it relies on a really precise control of every variable. There's so little available to you in some sense with the scene that making sure it sort of feels a little askew in some way. I think that horizon, that first horizon, is level, but strictly, but something about it feels out of balance because of the lines and the perspective, and the brightness and the distance helps lead your eye through that first horizon, but it's a bit too bright on the right-hand side, I think. And so those little tiny details start to matter and have maybe held it back a little from where it could have been.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 69, which is a professional standard. Well done to the author. Janine? Yep, cool, thank you.
So just for the author, I love surf casting. It's one of my favourite things to do. But I think what would have really added to this image, and it's just a really simple thing, perhaps having the actual surf casters cast instead of the hooks and weights just hanging, and just which brings me to probably the most important point is just adding that point of interest to the image. Like Mike has said in previous judging, there is quite possibly a picture within this picture. So just trying lots of different angles and trying and framing things differently and just running around and having a great time doing digital photography. Just also watching the image quality as well. So but carry on.
Thank you, Janine. Next image, please. We have a score of 74, which is professional standard. And Tony Stewart, you want to challenge? Just a comment? Okay, thank you.
There's a real beauty in the simplicity seen here, and I think the photographer needs to take some pride knowing that they've managed to reduce this down to something that's very elegant, but do take care with that bright highlight coming through with the sun on top left.
Thank you, Tony. We'll go to the next image, thanks. Okay, we have a score of 76, bronze award. And Janine wants to challenge.
So I gave this a silver distinction, 85. I felt it was a very well constructed image, and initially I was kind of wondering about the inclusion of the people, but then there's so much evidence of people. There's all the seating down the bottom, and I suppose that brings me to the point that I was looking for the thing that my eye was drawn down into the hole. Which is all the sort of evidence of people. There's tables and chairs and bits and pieces, but all the angles to my eye are really working with this image, and I like the way also that it's framed at the top on the left and right with that sort of dark wall, and I think that holds us in quite nicely and then takes us down into the guts of this building. So, yeah, I'm on 85 for a really very good architectural capture.
Okay, we're going to hear from Marama, please.
So I'm on 70 at the moment, but I'm listening to what you're saying, Janine. I wanted to tidy up some of the furniture, and I wanted the figures, the people, to be more purposeful. Like, what are they doing? Could you have waited for a different moment to capture, I don't know, either the movement with the stillness of the architecture and the graphic nature of it? I just wanted a bit more from it.
Thank you. And Mike, you're right on the
I gave the 76. I thought it was worthy of an award for everything that Janine said. Architecturally, I think it's really graphically strong, but I found it slightly overexposed. It just feels too light. If it had been slightly darker, we would have had more detail on those beams. The colours would have been slightly more saturated, and I think it would have been stronger. That's just my feeling.
Okay, back to you, Janine.
Thanks, guys. I think just the most recent comment, because I'll remember what that is about the exposure. And look, I do tend to agree with the orange tones, but I will sort of say that it's actually quite beneficial for those white beams. It really makes them stand out, it really makes them pop, and draws our attention to where the photographer wants us to look. And I think in that case it works very well. I also think that the darker areas are not overexposed, they're about right. So yeah, there's that. The purposeful people, as photographers we'd all love to do stuff about that, but yeah, I'm not too sure whether it would have been possible in this instance. But they're there and they're clearly people, and this is obviously a building that's well used by people, but I just think it's really interesting that there's not many of them. Yeah, so I feel that this image really needs to be more rewarded for the technical capture that makes the most of this structure. So yeah.
Okay, rescore please, judges. We have a score of 78, bronze award. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Janine's going to challenge this one.
Surely can. Look, immediately when this image came up, I thought 84 because it is mysterious, it's ethereal, and it has quite emotive sort of qualities. It's not telling us the full story. There's a mystery there. But there's enough of the background and foreground ridge lines to just give us a hint of what's going on. But this is all about what the photographer has left out. And so I rewarded it with a high silver at 84. I'd be keen to hear everyone else's thoughts.
Okay, and we're going to hear from Tony.
Look, happy to at 72. Look, same kind of reasons, I think. Janine, I gave it the score I did because it's that kind of mood that's been captured in professional standard range, because the photographer's done what we'd expect a professional to do. They've captured a mood in mist. It's been there on a plate. However, I suspect because the tree has been largely hidden with mist and the ridgeline that's empty has been sort of more exposed, I suspect their timing hasn't evolved to allow for that to come and go with the ebb and tide of mood, to sort of allow each of those different elements to come and go. So I'm finding a little bit of incongruity there.
Okay, and can we hear from Marama?
I enjoy the qualities that Janine talked about too, the softness of those hills and the flowing aspect. There's S-curves in there that lead our eye down to the tree. And I quite like the graphic nature of the tree compared to the softness of the mist. So I'm on 78 and I'm about happy where I am.
Janine?
Yeah, just to recap, I suppose it's Marama talked about flow and softness, and I think that is what this is all about. That is the hook. But the juxtaposition of the slightly more harsh tree against the softness and the things that are left out is why I went to 84. And I'd really love it if we could find a few more points for this photographer, because I believe that this is somewhat more than just professional.
Okay, thank you. Please rescore, judges. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, can we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
Absolutely. The deliberate nature of this shot can't be underestimated. The fact that you've got the poles and the people all so very carefully positioned. A lot of thought's gone into this, and I think well deserving to get the recognition. Good job.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Mike's hand's gone straight out.
Yeah, I gave this 81. I love cliches. And this is a really good cliche. It's, if we're looking at something that's familiar and we recognise it for that, then it needs to transcend that and take us somewhere we haven't been. And I think the photographer's given us an atmosphere, a sense of place, a sense of timing. It's superior in its communication, and it's incredibly well done. It doesn't go higher than what I've suggested, I believe, because it's something we've often seen and we've seen quite well. But this is definitely an award standard image.
Right, let's hear from Jace.
I think you just told Tony Carter off for saying that before, but... I agree. Nonetheless, I agree with everything you said, except that I could reach a different conclusion, and I think that is a few things for me. That one, the crop, the large amount of foreground, and the strip of kind of dark cloud at the top, which aren't contributing to and supporting the composition. The amount of brightness behind the ridgeline on the right, sort of feeling attention grabbing and really high contrast and away from the center of interest of the image. I think there's a lot going on here, and amazing conditions, and just the subtlety of the right moment or the right camera position, haven't quite come together to make the best of it. And you know, I started on 73. I'll come up to a bronze because I think you're right, it does deserve a reward. Can't meet you at silver though.
Okay, and Tony Stewart, you're right on the award range.
Nothing new to add.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Yeah, just one small piece, because I agree with you that it looks like there's a huge amount of black around, and that's because of the key line. The key line's actually left a super large black border around the image. That if you put that, no, I'm talking about the key line around the outside, the white. If that was brought into the edge of the black, you'd have a totally different viewpoint of how much black is in the image. So I'm suggesting, don't look at the key line as being the edge of the image. Look at the edge of the image and reassess it in terms of how much black is there in there, because there's not as much as what you first perceive. It's just an idea, that's all. So thanks for going to silver.
Rescore, please. $79 bronze award. 79 bronze, 80 to silver. Please, judges. And 79 bronze award. Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And you're going to challenge. Okay, Janine's challenging that one.
So we're fairly close to silver, and I put this at 82, and I put it there for its sort of crustacean-like qualities, And I really enjoyed the sort of crab claws and the colour palette certainly helped with that story. So, and that running diagonally from bottom left to top right. So I'd urge you to consider crustaceans.
Okay, Mike.
I'm not allowed to say it.
No.
That's really good. I think I'll go crab claws, thanks.
Okay, and in the middle there you've got Jace. Yep. Oh, you're not in the middle, but yep, you can go.
Yeah, I was at 83. I was even more adventurous. I was solidly in silver, and I think that's the right place for it. And I didn't see crab claws, but now that I do, I think it's fantastic. I saw dolphin fins. There's obviously a lot of oceanic references we could make here, and it's a coastal or sea-related image. So I think that's perfect. It's not over the top in its complexity, but I think it's really nice, simple, and the photographer's seen an opportunity to reinforce the environment through the shape. That's great.
Thank you. Back to you, Janine.
Yeah, everything that Jace said. And there is an elegance and, yes, oceanic references, which clearly, it's not really a stretch. Yeah, so I'm hearing silver, so go to it, chaps.
Right, rescore, please. 81 silver award. Well done. Okay, Mike, we're going to give you a bit of a break, and we're going to bring Tony Carter in, and we're going to give Janine a bit of a break, and Rebecca, please. Right, can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 83 silver award, but we have an automatic challenge from Tony Carter.
Yeah, some caffeine, I needed that. Yeah, I'm on 91. Just back on the panel at a great time. I mean, this, I think, is the atmosphere of the shot is what it's all about, at that light in the centre on the landscape, and then those clouds forming, and the feeling, you can feel the turbulence here, and the colour of the ground, and that colours ripping up through the middle there with the rainbow, and how it just sort of follows around and twists and everything like that. This looks fantastic as a digital presentation, and you can almost feel it, even though it's not in print. You can feel this image, and I think it's very powerful. I think the highlights are fantastic. The cropping, I have no problem with that whatsoever. It's just holding that power in that's in the landscape already, and I think it's a good gold.
Right, we'll hear from Marama, please.
Well, I'm at the other end of the scale on 74 at the moment. I really appreciate the things that Tony has said. I like the power, I like that movement. The texture through those clouds is amazing, but I struggled with the saturation. So in the colour, especially in the foreground, and the lightness just below the rainbow. is what brought it down for me.
Okay, and Tony Stewart, please.
Look, 88, and I think the powerful nature of this is incredible, and to think you've borne witness to something that's in nature that is so hugely dramatic. I mean, I would love to see this, and the fact that someone's actually recorded this with the rainbow and the likes, I think is absolutely mind-blowing. I haven't gone to gold, given the fact I feel there's a lack of sharpness through the shot, and I think if it was the sharpness through, particularly in those clouds, I would be there, but I certainly urge you guys to reconsider to come up. Whether you come up to Tony's gold with my silver distinction, I think it's certainly worthy of a lot more than what you guys have seen.
Back to you, Tony Carter.
Sorry, Tony. Yes, I find that the base of the image with the colours, quite true. And in this category, we've seen a lot of images that are a beautiful scene that have been masterly crafted and made into something that that shows them at their best. Whereas this here, it's sort of like almost feels like a documentary shot in the landscape category, because this sort of thing does not happen in front of your eyes very often. So just remember that with the category we're judging, the softness in the clouds and that storming, that doesn't bother me. It just shows movement and feel. And I think this image makes you feel something. That rainbow, the arc, and like I said before, just running through those clouds just really shows power, and the darkness around the edges of close to the horizon of the landscape. It's all quite beautiful, beautifully seen. Like Tony said, I wish I was here to do this myself, and I'd love to see you come up into gold, please.
Rescore, please. Silver distinction, 87. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 70, which is professional standards. Can we have a comment from Marama, please?
I think this is a really lovely capture. Oh, I said lovely too. I think it could be strengthened by cropping off some of the foreground and some of the sky, and not having, it's not quite on a third, but it's not on a half either. So just having a look at that composition would be helpful.
Thank you, Marama. Next image, please. We have a score of 74, which is professional standards. Can we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
I love the sense of scale with the whale fluke and the sense of place where they belong. So it's a very special environment. I'm not too sure if perhaps a different crop may help isolate that a bit further, but again, what we're seeing is a very unique landscape that's lending itself to what we're seeing here, that long and skinny. So well done, and I think keep going. I think that's a magic shot to appreciate.
Thank you, Tony. Next image, please. We have a score of 71, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Tony Carter, please?
Your choice of black and white in this is truly magnificent, and it sort of feels quite poetic in its nature. Just think about your cropping and what you want us to look at first. You sort of get those little, the little bird running through there, but your eye tends to drift off right down to the back. So just work on your tonal ranges and maybe think about maybe cropping a little bit tighter, but definitely keep going because this is good work.
Thank you, Tony. Next image, please. Okay, we have initial score of 83. But Tony Stewart, you've got an automatic challenge.
I got 91. And look, we'll give it a go, yeah. Look, we've got a fairly... Yes, we've seen aerials with bright colours and bits and pieces, but I've not seen one that looks quite like a piece of cut agate in a frame that looks like it's got an archaeological grid. So I'm not really too sure what I'm seeing. I don't need to know what I'm seeing, but I love the intrigue. We've got the man-made element of what could be a jetty or a road into this deep hole that's going down that could be sort of, is it Sauron's eye in the Lord of the Rings? You've kind of got this sort of mythical beast and monster. You kind of got this little bit of a frame that's been captured. I struggle to know what I'm seeing, but I love the concept behind it and the originality that we're seeing with such punchy colours in the way it's framed. So let's hear why you think you might be down the other end, team.
Well, I think Jace is probably going to tell you.
Yeah, I think well, look. I scored this 76, which is a bit embarrassing to say now. It is fascinating. The Devil's Diving Board is quite remarkable there. What I think, maybe I overemphasized it, but here's what I was down on. I think this image is all about precision, and in the top right corner has lacked the precision required to pull that off. The uneven red border along the top that's wider at the right hand side and narrow at the left hand side, and then narrow at the top and on the right and wide at the bottom. Call me neurodivergent, but this is so about precision, and it's just lopsided there, and it's been so carefully framed and constructed, and it's such a man-made environment. Help me explain that and get past that. That's a dumb hang-up. I get it. I will be moving up, but how far is the question? And I think to put so much work into constructing something so precise and I can't explain a deliberate reason for that top right corner. Can someone else?
Marama, would you like to have a chat?
So I'm up near Tony on 88 at the moment. I think it's like a portal into another world, and we're, the brilliance of the photographer for even knowing that it's there. So I guess those, the border bits are roads around the outside, so yeah, you could straighten them up, but they're man-made roads. It's okay. It's not that bad, but it's just such a unique take on a landscape. It's really, really interesting, and I think the photographer should be rewarded for that.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Look, I can probably refute that fairly easily, actually. Where your diving board, the devil's diving board, which I think is a really good analogy, is off centre. Like, if that was centred, we'd have the answer why it was all having to be perfect. Look, I agree it's not quite right on the right-hand side, but that's no reason to be in bronze. You know, to take that away so strongly, I think we've been a little bit tight. So look, team, I'll give you another little thing I've just seen, which is there's almost something medical here, where you've kind of got the crisscross of the lines stretching out an eye for a sort of like an eye operation type thing, where you've kind of the eyelid's been forced open while the doctor does it. I'm going a little bit left field, but this is not just an aerial landscape. This has actually got something a little bit clever we haven't seen. So look, you may not necessarily agree with my 91, but you buggers have been too tight. See what you can do, team. Get yourselves up at least into silver distinction, if not gold.
Right, after all that, please rescore, judges. So we've gone to silver with distinction, 87. Congratulations to the photographer. Right, we're going to have a... Oh, okay, we are really changing some judges. Can we have... Yeah. We're going to give Jason Martimar a break, and we're going to bring back Roger and Francis, please. Please. It's seriously quick. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver with distinction. And judges, you're all on about the same wavelength. Who wants to? Roger, would you give some feedback, please?
I enjoyed just the graphic nature of this image, really. It's almost perfectly balanced, but not quite perfectly balanced. That adds a bit of tension. You got, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, and the palette of the two harvesters been well captured, and the photographers nailed it at the decisive moment, really, in my mind. So well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Right, we have a score of 70, which is the majority. And Rebecca, you can.
All right, look, I snuck this into the bronze. We all know that this is out of focus and we know what we're looking at, but I see this real comedy, and I don't know if you remember some cartoon with the little bobbleheads with they're like a wooden doll, like a pig or something, with the heads are not making any sense at all. But I kind of see them really funny, like all lined up, like they're ready to go off to whatever they're doing that day. I know this is quite out the gate, but I actually see, that's what I see. I see those little cartoon, little head figure things all lined up like in a little row, like Skittles. Is that it? Skittles. Anyway, I just think it's really different. It's really interesting. Because of that, I think it's a bit, there's a bit of comedy in there. And for all of those reasons, I'm popping it into a bronze.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. We need to talk to, actually no, Roger.
Look, it was a brave, it's a brave image from the photographer. So I commend them on that. It's I don't know whether they've just had cataract surgery or what it's the sort of thing you might see if you're losing your vision. So it's a play on colour, I guess, and deconstructing the image into its simplest forms and lights, but. It's a great idea that I don't think has quite worked. I particularly struggle with that bottom left-hand corner. So I think if you're going to push the envelope, the idea needs to be executed correctly, if you like. And so it's a brave idea, but it just hasn't quite. I haven't quite got it. Sorry.
What did you score it, Roger?
I scored it 55.
And Tony Stewart, you were right on the scoring range.
Look, again, there's nothing new to add. I think Roger said what I was perhaps thinking, and it's brave, hasn't quite come off.
Thank you. Can we please rescore, judges? Bex, you've got to...
Let's just rescore. I think well done to the photographer for giving this a go.
And we've stayed on 70, professional standard. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer, Roger. Oh, you are allowed to challenge, yes.
Look, I scored 80. I'm just going to try and push it up there. Really, I think it's quite a clever image. This really, it's got its own rhythm and it's got its own subtlety if you look at it. So I enjoy the decisions the photographer made. The four small spotlights in that area of darkness, they've been included, and they balance off the bigger areas of softer light, if you like. And each of those shapes is a different size or a different shape. It's almost like a sort of dominoes, if you like, illuminated dominoes, and then the little spots. So is it some sort of code? And it's a relatively nothing scene, but the photographer's presented it to us, and certainly it's made me stop and look and think, and I could have looked in those shadows a bit more and seen more. So, yeah.
Thank you. Tony Stewart.
71. Look, there's something intriguing here, and I do think there's a mystery, and I love it. And I think you might have just mentioned something without realising when you said code. That could be Morse code. So look, I'll give you credit, and I'll change my score to low bronze. Oh, I've got to remember. I said about, Roger said about code, it could actually be like Morse code, and I like that idea, and that's probably enough to get me through into bronze.
Okay, can we hear from Rebecca, please?
The word for me here is haunting/haunted. There's something just a little bit spooky about this image, and I think it's very cool. I'm on 78. I'm actually going to come up to silver. I'm glad we've had the discussion about it. I think it's been well thought out and presented to us, and I think that it gives feeling. So for that, I'm going to come up to silver. 81, I would give it.
Back to you, Roger.
So just waiting for the applause. Look, some photographs, the scene does the work, and in other photographs, the photographer does the work. And I think in this particular image, the photographer's done the work, and they've seen something and felt something, and we've experienced that. So let's reward it with the silver.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. We have a score of 80, silver award. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image. Okay, we have a score of 64, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Francis, please?
Yes, look, the photographer has found an interesting subject there in very good light, late sort of afternoon light, morning light, I'm not quite sure. However, the composition could be probably improved a little bit by either straightening up the lines from that grave or stepping back a little bit so we can see a little bit more of the environment and of the background. Also, just be careful, there is a bit of colour banding going on in the sky, so just the processing needs to be taken care of a little bit more.
Thank you, Francis. Next image, please. We have a score of 65, which is professional standard. Could we have a comment from Tony Carter, please?
The soft colours in this are the strength of this image. As far as composition goes, the foreground is quite distracting and really pulls your eye away from that beautiful centrepiece. So think about your cropping and what you want people to look at.
Thank you. Judges, we're running about an hour behind schedule, so if we can start being a bit more concise, I know you're trying hard. Thank you. Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83. but Tony Carter has an automatic challenge.
Yeah, I'm on 92 with this image. I look at it and it almost feels like hands together or something like that, where you can feel it sort of grinding in. But there's such a softness for something that's so thick in nature of a landscape. There is something still very gentle about this. The beautiful light and dark throughout this image flows with a rhythm and beauty. The square crop is highlighting all the right areas. The darkness on the right is really balanced by that light on the left, and the light's just running gently through and caressing your eye as it goes through, which is quite unusual for something that is quite hard. Then you look at all the textures throughout this image and it's fantastic. That little bit of brightness down in the bottom right hand corner works very well. The black background of the computer is quite distracting for this. It had a white sort of a background, and you know you can just feel the quality of this. It almost feels like it's printed. So that to me says that the photographer knows what they're doing and has finished this image to a fantastic degree. Well seen, well finished, gold.
Thank you, Tony. We can hear from Francis, please.
Yes, I'm on the other side. I'm on 78 in bronze. I do enjoy the square format and the composition of the image. However, I had a problem finding a place to rest. I get drawn around in the image. I don't really know where to look at. Also, I found that in the right-hand corner, the sharpness falls off a little bit. And yeah, so I just like to hear a little bit more about it.
Okay, yep, Roger, you're in the middle there. You're right on the scoring.
Yeah, look, like Tony, I love the palette and I love the sensuousness of it all. But if we're talking about coming into gold, we need to be getting a bit picky, I think, about things. And the main thing I struggle with is the composition, if you like, and the cropping choices that the photographer's made. It feels as if it's got a lot of space on the left-hand side, but it's all sort of crunched together on the right-hand side and the right top corner. It's as if it needs a little bit more on that side. You've sort of got these sort of three hands coming down, haven't you, if you like, and the one on the left-hand side gets chopped off, and my eye keeps getting drawn to that. And I wonder that highlights are very close. The highlights just seemed a little bit too. They could do with being taken. They're not quite subtle enough for my mind for going to gold. So I'd happily go into the silver distinction, but gold, not sure.
Rightio, Tony, back to you.
Okay. What's it sitting on, sorry?
83.
83, okay. I think it might be a bit of a push to get you up into gold, but so bring it up as high as you can into silver distinction if you can't get to gold. But just think about the ethereal quality to this. It almost feels enchanted to me, and like you're in some sort of forest, and just all those natural twists of Mother Nature. I know it's not beauty in the context of being a real graphic piece with obvious shapes, but just think about where this image takes you rather than just being a normal landscape that you just view.
Thank you. Judges, rescore, please. And we have an 85 silver distinction. Congratulations. And next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, bronze award. Can we get a comment from Roger, please?
This is an enjoyable image, really. All all the frame is filled with action, with lines, with colours and tones and gentle palette. It's as if it's taken from a plane, but it's not quite vertical on. It sort of feels all sort of crunched up to the top left. And some of the edges, whilst perfect to the corners, are not quite right at the top left. It's sort of a wee sort of line that drifts off and then drifts back on again. So just attention to just details would take it to the next level, I think.
Thank you, Roger. Next image, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Judges, you're all about the same, so thank you. Can we have a comment from Tommy Carter, please?
Yeah, you can really feel this landscape. I think you know, the lighting and what you've seen is beyond fantastic. All you need to do now is really think about caressing the image and pulling it down and showing mood and atmosphere. Everything's just feeling quite flat, even though you know the lighting is quite fantastic, and that sort of godlike coming through. If you can pull that down and just think about caressing the image, because you've definitely got something going on here.
Thank you, Tony. Let's have the next image, please. We have a score of 69, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Roger, please?
A gentle rendition of an ordinary landscape, really, and well done, with the layers and the palette and the soft sweeping lines.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 68. We have an automatic challenge from Roger.
I scored this 81, and I scored it 81 because I got the feeling from it, and the feeling was cold, and that it spoke to me in that sense. I loved the way it drifted off into nothingness. Actually, you could feel that gloom if you've ever been sort of somewhere very cold on a grey day. That's what it's like. There's some lovely detail in the water. There's it's not perfect by any means. I'd rather there's a bit more. That bit of white didn't come off at the bottom. Might have taken it a bit higher in that case, but yes, I think it's worthy of a silver.
Okay, and at the other end we're going to hear from Francis. Oh, actually, no, sorry, Rebecca. You are at the other end.
I really am. I just gave this professional standard at 58. The big white highlight at that bottom right is just pulling me out. If I can just try and ignore that, it is stunning in there, and there's beautiful detail. If there was a different crop, if that was handled differently, there is an amount of dodging and burning we can do in this category, and just to just sort of bring that up, that's where I'd be going with it. But yeah, so maybe a different crop.
Thank you. Can we hear from Tony Carter, please?
I have nothing more to say.
Cool. Thank you. Back to you, Roger.
Where are we? Are we sat in the bronze range or?
Set at 68, professional
Well, let's see if
standard.
we can bring it up into the bronze range at least, guys. It's look, it's supposed to be white. It's ice and stuff, isn't it? It's freezing out there. Look, it's just an ordinary wave, but it's invoking an emotion, and I think that's worthy of a bronze award, please.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. Oh, sorry, we are 69 professional standard. Thank you, judges. Yeah, we're just going to have a blank screen for a moment. We're going to change out some judges. Mike and Janine, come on board, and Tony Carter and Rebecca, go have a break. Okay, let's go to the next image. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have a comment from Janine, please?
Huge congratulations to the photographer for the silver award. That's really impressive. This is a really impressive image. It's when I first started looking at it, it was almost like I drew a diagram in my head of where the light fell, because it sort of goes right to left, left to right, and then there's this beautiful sort of light patch in the water. So very, very well seen. I'm a little unsure what I would do to improve it, just maybe being a wee bit careful with those dark areas, and that's probably about where it lies actually, but definitely keep going with this sort of work. It's very, very good.
Thank you, Janine. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Francis, please?
Yeah, the photographer has captured quite a unique landscape of a beach landscape, which I found very creative, innovative in itself. And you know, you can see different things in it. I see little characters in it, and I think it's well presented. Color palette is beautiful. To improve it, I think just finalize the main processing a little bit. It's not quite sharp in all areas, so I just think it could be improved by working a little bit on the color palette, but also on the sharpness of the images.
Thank you, Francis. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, the movement that's in here is really interesting, but it's such a small part of the image. A crop within here would make it much stronger.
Thank you. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 70, which is professional standard. You want to? Okay, comment from Mike? Yep, thank you.
Yeah, the eye's got nothing to focus on within this image, but there is a man-made part in there which would be worth focusing on. So if that structure in the centre was highlighted in some way, you would have somewhere to focus your eye on. At the moment, it's just a jumble. So think about taking the eye somewhere and making us focus.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
Absolutely. If I'm correct, if this is White Island, I love the fact that you've managed to describe this sense of mood and drama and tumultuous sort of sea sort of breaking, a warning, don't even enter here before you get to this part because there's danger ahead. So that concept hasn't been lost, so good job.
Thank you, Tony. Let's go to the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Francis, please?
Here we go. It's a great idea. It's very creatively constructed. The composition works well with the reflection in the water in the foreground. To improve it, possibly change a different time of the day to get a little bit more detail, a little bit more drama in the sky. That would probably also reflect in the water and probably would benefit the image from that. But overall, a nice image.
Thank you, Francis. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Janine, you're going to challenge?
I am, indeed. So, look, I applaud the photographer. I was on 81. For being brave in their choices here, because it is an exercise in just simple geometry and simplicity and colour balance. So they've developed an idea rather than simply just documenting a scene, and definitely adding their own impressions to it. So, yeah, we're not too far away, so I'd love to hear from other judges.
Okay, well, we'll just go one down to Francis, and she's at the other end.
Yes, I do very much enjoy the colour palette, the time of the day, also the composition. I think it works really well. I just wondered if we actually need that left part of the image, and if a tighter crop towards the mountains in the background would have worked better for this particular image.
Thank you, Francis. Tony Stewart, you're just about on the scoring range.
I think I'm appreciating the same things there, team, with that warm, cool interplay with the 2/3, 1/3 balance. I think that actually works really well, and there is definitely a beauty in simplicity, and I definitely see that. I'm happy with my score in bronze.
Okay, back to you, Janine.
Yeah, possibly a little bit of a difficult one, but I guess I felt like the simplicity was really brave and really intentional on the part of the photographer, and that level of intentionality and creativity lifted it from the bronze and into the silver. I think because it's clear there was an intention from the photographer, I'm fairly sure that they may have tried a tighter crop. And perhaps decided against it. So just consider that originality, I suppose, in this scene, and maybe we can bring it up to a silver.
Okay, thank you. Rescore, please, judges. And we've moved to 78 Bronze Award. Congratulations. We have the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 83 Silver Award. Tony, would you like to give feedback?
I just took some quick notes as I saw the image, and I wrote danger and survival and get out and crash and anger, and I think all those qualities are coming through, and the way you've captured this with the call and the light are superb. Well done.
Thank you, Tony. Yes, Mike?
Comment,
Yes.
I think, for them. Now, when you're doing layer changes in colour, be a little bit more subtle. The warm left-hand side and the cold right-hand side are just too far apart. It would have scored higher had those colour tones been more even.
Thank you. Right, we're just going to have an imaginary blank screen there. Tony, would you like to take a break? And we'll bring Jace back, thanks. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a Silver Award. And you're going to challenge, Roger?
All right, two things with this thing that I think raise it up. Number one is just you've got the iceberg in the snow. I just think I'd love to do that. It's, you know, to be there at the time and to capture it, it's wonderful. It just adds such a layer of, it's almost as if it's, you know, it's a separate layer in Photoshop really, but it just adds a layer of texture and mood and stillness to it. And then can anyone else see the Sphinx? You know, it's on that right-hand edge, you've got the face of a sort of Sphinx. First of all, when I saw this image, I just wished there was some more space on the left-hand side. But, you know, that adds a bit of tension into it as well, so the Sphinx has got room to sort of just float across. So I think this is a little bit better than silver, and I urge you just to have another look. It's got lovely gentle tones and lovely sculptural aspects, but yeah, those little fish hooks, I think, raise it above a silver.
Thank you. Jace?
Okay, I gave it 72. I thought to myself as I looked at this, sometimes a life-changing moment can change your emotional connection to an image, but if you weren't there for the life-changing moment, it doesn't contain the same power. I imagine being here and photographing this was a bucket list experience. And as you say, an iceberg in the snow, it's an incredible moment. And it's also, to its credit, it's giving it this timeless historical feeling, which I initially liked. But as I started to engage with it more critically, the unbalanced composition, the lack of space on the left, really I couldn't explain. And the area of low detail, and the iceberg is the star of the show and should be tonally exquisite. I was looking, you know, you've got the flattest light you can possibly imagine as a canvas to work with, and yet there's detail missing from a large area right in the middle. It's grabbing my eye. So I punished those things a little hard. I don't know. I started up with such high hopes and I came down, whereas I think you've kind of gone the other way. So I'm listening, and I'm glad we're talking about it.
Okay. Janine?
I scored this 83, so I am in support of the image. I felt like I wrote down on my little geeky notebook, Pegasus and the lion. And I definitely got that message, and I also liked the fact that it was given space to move forward. I would have loved to have seen more space around this too. But just on the snow, that is absolutely hammering down. It is really doing its bundle. So that is going to sort of change what happens, and I guess in a way give us an inkling of that bucket list moment for the photographer. It's really obvious that I know snow, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Thanks, Jace. You gave me a few words that I was looking for. Timelessness is one of them. I'd almost like it's a painting or an etching as well. It has that quality about it. Look, photography is about the technical, it's about the way you present things, but it's also about being there in the moment. And this is an incredible moment. It's, you know, if you ever experience this in your lifetime, that is an incredible moment, and the photographer's captured that. Your details on the snow, well, there's details on the iceberg in lots of places. It's hard to know what detail there may or may not be there, really. It doesn't look like it's blown out, it's just flat, and it may just be flat and smooth. The only real thing I have a problem with is that left-hand edge, but there is a left-hand edge there, and that's the photographer's decision. If it was more left-hand edge, more space, I'd probably be putting it up in the gold. I'm not asking you to go gold, I'm just asking you to go silver distinction. I think this is a beautiful, unusual piece. See, lots of pictures of icebergs, but nothing quite as emotive as this, in a sort of gentle, timeless, nostalgic, painterly, snow-filled way. So snow-fill your way right up a few points, please.
Rescore, please, judges. $83 silver award. Okay, we're going to give Roger and Francis a wee break, and we're going to bring in Marama and Rebecca, please.
Did they know she was logged in as the wrong person?
Next image, please.
Did you know that they were logged in as the wrong person? Francis.
On that screen, she's Jo. Yep. Next image, please. Okay, we have an 81 silver award. Congratulations. Can we hear from Mike, please?
Beautiful tonal separation on the foreground. I would have liked to have seen that continued in the sky. It needs just a little bit more tonal separation of the clouds, and then it will be another score higher.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 65, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, there is a colour cast right throughout this image that is making all the colours slightly wonky, as slight magenta that shouldn't be there. Just look after your colour palette, work out which colour you want to dominate, and get rid of things that make everything slightly muddy, which is what's happened here.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Jace, please?
Yeah, lovely, looks like a southwestland bush scene. Great light on the trees. The moment has been seen. I think there's a bit too much included, and I would encourage you to zero in on where the real money is, and that's probably getting rid of that foreground layer. Those tall trees are the goods.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award, and Janine is going to challenge that.
So I scored this 84, and what I'd like judges to consider is the dynamic nature of this landscape. It looks like it's on the move. It looks like it's racing from left to right. And it's complete with go faster stripes and the clouds on top, and the hiss of steam, and it's roaring along. And I just thought, yeah, I can really see movement here, and I'm hoping that that's what the photographer saw when they captured this. It's different from that point of view, and unique and original. So I'd like to hear about my very quick-paced landscape.
Okay, well, Mike, yeah, and actually Marama will talk to you about that one.
I gave this a 75. There are some elements in there that I think could have been considered slightly differently. I quite like straight lines, so I would remove the darker piece of landscape along the bottom to make it look straighter, and maybe slightly tip it to the right to straighten those clouds up a little bit, and maybe crop a little bit off the right side too. But then if you've got that engine roaring along, it would be nice to have that space to go into, so I can appreciate that too.
Okay, and in the middle there, Jace.
Yeah, I quite like landscape as locomotive. That's quite a neat concept. I put it in at 77 in bronze for the sort of held back for similar reasons around levelling, and a little bit of judicious perspective correction might have solved that as well. Just keep a good construction of that composition, and strengthen that message of movement, I think, as well. So and yeah, and there's a lot of sky, a lot of empty sky that maybe we don't need. I don't know.
Thank you. Back to you, Janine.
Thanks. Locomotion, yeah. So yeah, I feel like the sky. I feel that that's the correct amount of sky. Possibly, yes, we do have some horizon issues, but maybe we're just going uphill. Yeah. Yeah, so I just feel like the photographer has seen something unique, and I would like to think that that's what they may have spotted. Hopefully I might be helping them.
Right, please rescore, judges. $79. So I'll just push the button and you guys can either do 79 for bronze or 80 for silver, please. $79 bronze award. Well done. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Marama?
I really like the way that this artist has captured texture. It looks like a really expensive piece of fabric, and so I like that. But I would like to see more of a sense of purpose and like what are you trying to tell us in the story by cropping it like this.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 83, silver award. Okay. Right, can we have a comment from Mike, please?
I'll take it. It's just like, I was like, is this in space? Which is it's pretty cool. It's a very engaging take on the aerial abstract, which is quite evocative. And perhaps a subtler hand on the saturation and a really, really careful attention to the smaller details of the composition would have taken it somewhere really exciting.
Thank you, Jace. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Stunning location, beautifully handled and shot. Love all the detail here. It's very powerful. The sky is just a bit heavy and a bit much for this beautiful, detailed, delicate image. So yeah, perhaps just bringing that sky down and sort of so that you're brought in and up and not out too much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to have a bit of a judge change. Mike, go have a bit of a break. And Tony Carter, would you like to come in, please? Okay, let's go to the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Cool. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
This image just made me happy, and I think it's the colour palette. It's little tree and the bright orange, but I do think the orange is just a bit too heavy and a bit much. Perhaps looking at your crop there might help.
Thank you. And Janine, you have to take a break. And Tony Stewart, would you like to come back, please? Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Cool. Yep, perfect. Okay, Tony Stewart.
The range of iceberg tone and colour I think is exquisite and makes for a very pleasing shot. Probably the sea in the bottom being a bit too bright could probably be cropped. That would be something I would look at considering changing.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and Jace has got his finger up.
Sorry, guys. No, I put this in silver, and I think it's earned its place there. It's a quiet image, but it's a bit more than it first appears. I mean, that the bird in its context tells a strong story about environment and what is landscape but environment. It's just everything's placed just nicely, very satisfying. The background, the trees add a lot of context, but they don't overwhelm, they don't distract from the subject in its place.
Okay, Tony Stewart.
I was on professional standard. I believe the photographers captured it well, but as expected, for a professional that turns up to the wetland to see what's in front of them. So I don't believe there's been a great deal of interpretation. The placement of the bird, but I'm not seeing a great deal into award level.
Okay, and let's hear from Rebecca, please.
I put this into the bronze category. It just feels calm to me. It's been beautifully captured. The moment, there's lots of moments where the bird one might have been putting its beak into the water or whatever, but it's just sitting nice and still and quiet, and as you would imagine for this lovely scene, it's just a bit heavy on the top. That's why I didn't go any higher. But yeah, well done on the bronze.
Okay, Jace.
Yeah, Tony, so the photographer's framed it carefully. The temptation would be to focus on the bird, to really zoom in, to get as close as possible, to eliminate all of that storytelling of the environment and the context. They've dealt with the tonality perfectly well. They've made decisions about composition, placement, exposure that are a little more innovative than just a straight shot, and I think that deserves a reward.
Right, rescore, please. 77 bronze award. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 69, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment for the photographer from Marama?
I think this could have been a great moment if you moved slightly. That cloud at the top is really, really dominant, and the handling of the processing is over-processed in some areas. The dark areas are so dark that you can't pick up any detail. The foreground has been managed really nicely, but it doesn't match the rest of the image.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a initial score of 81, which is a silver award, and Tony Carter, you can challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 86. I find this image very mundane. Such bland light, covered in bird shit. My type of image, really. It almost feels like a psychological take on the emptiness of the landscape. That, you know, the roof of the hut, that line zigzagging through the patch of light on that sidewall on the left. Just all those lines, the lines outside in that landscape, it feels so vast. You can almost feel somebody leaning back in the shed waiting for the light to soften. And I think it's got depth, it's got a bit of meaning. You can read a lot into it, and I think it's a good silver distinction.
Okay, I've got to hear from Tony Stewart first.
Look, it's 76, and I will come up because I do believe in the qualities that you've extolled in this image. I believe I've shot here myself, so I think I understand it, to know it's tough. And I probably didn't go higher initially, given the brightness and the contrast control, so the brightness control of that highlight on the wall. And maybe this could have been something that could have been fixed a little bit with an HDR type input, but I will be coming up, and let's keep talking.
Okay, now we can hear from Jace.
I shortchanged this on 83. I'll definitely come up with you, Tony. I think there's a lot of stories here. There's a story of backcountry infrastructure crumbling. The window's broken, the birds have got in and shat everywhere. It's a shelter from the storm that's not a shelter anymore because that window's gone, but it's also become a shelter for wildlife, which is interesting. Yeah, contrast control potentially, but in the minimal editing category, to deal with midday light or bright sunshine and then be inside a dog box, it's tough. It's a big ask. And I think the photographer's done well to manage it as well as they have. And the story of crumbling infrastructure in the backcountry and the combination of the internal confines of a small biv and then the vastness of the outside, which is kind of inverted because the amount of space dedicated to the interior versus the exterior are the wrong way around. I think that's a really interesting story. Yeah, let's go.
Yes. Yeah, so just to wrap that up, I guess what it does remind me is of one of my favourite movies, which is No Country for Old Men. where you're sort of out in this Mexican sort of desert area, and you feel that harshness of that environment, but it just sort of has that more cinematic approach. I actually don't mind that highlight on that side wall, because this just feels honest of that type of day, you know, and so I'd just like to reward that bravery and the everyday for you, Tony, what you've seen, but I think it's been done exceptionally well and well deserving of a silver distinction.
And well done, you've done it, 86. And next image, please. Ah. And we have a score of 59. Would someone like to?
Yeah, so with this image, what I can see is that with that light coming through, I think you've done a great job of sort of providing depth in the image through the lighting, that backlighting, and the highlights have been fairly well held on the lawn, but you need to sort of figure out what you actually want to say with your image, and there's no real point where you go, this image is about the tree in the foreground, or if it's about the buildings in the background. So there's quite a bit of confusion. So just think about what your subject matter is, but you know, keep working on it, because you've obviously got a good understanding of the light. Just need to work on the composition and what you want to say with the image.
Great, thanks, Tony. And we're going to the next image. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is professional standard. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Epic part of the country. That, yeah, I've stood on top of that mountain. It's quite frightening. The foreground's just a bit heavy, and I think the time of day as well. The sky just seems a little bit sort of burnt out, and yeah, I just think slightly different composition and crop there would elevate that up.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Could we have a comment from Jace?
Sure. The choice of conversions black and white was a good decision, and I think you've seen something here which is worthy and interesting. To make it award worthy or to elevate it it needs to be a more intentional composition. Things need to be in the right place for the right reason, and although the grandeur of the landscape is wonderful, it hasn't come through in the image because of the lack of intentionality in the composition.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is professional standard. And let's have a chat from Tony Carter, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the lighting running through this is fantastic. That through the top you can sort of see the tree line, and you sort of follow down, and you follow that big light shaft down into the bottom right. So and then, but the light's not really hitting anything of any value to the image. So that's probably what's held it out a wee bit. Definitely keep working on it though with the lighting. You've got a good understanding of that. Just think about what the light's going to be hitting, and the bottom could be darkened down a wee bit as well.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 68, which is professional standard. Could we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
Your timing and lighting is to be commended for the mood that's conveyed. However, the cropping, you could do with probably a quarter of this picture and still come away with that same sense of activity and location. And probably the bottom half of that picture could actually be redundant in terms of what that's adding to our understanding of the location.
Thank you. Can we have an imaginary blank screen? We're going to give Jace a break. And Roger, would you like to come in? And anybody else? Okay. And let's give Mara a break. And Francis, would you like to come in, please? Right. And we'll have the next image. Thank you. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Rebecca's going to challenge.
All right, I'm going to give this a go. I scored at 83, a strong silver. To me, it had impact when I first saw it come up. And I think with aerials, because a lot of them are completely straight down, this one popped out at me because it's not, and there's some sort of perspective which I find really bizarre but also interesting. And I really like seeing those trees having some sort of vertical happening with the shadows as opposed to just being straight flat down. The shapes are really interesting. I think it's got a really simple colour palette, so as a piece of art it could really work. And all of the little delicate edges of the braided river are, handled beautifully. So I popped it into silver.
Okay, let's have a chat to Tony Carter at the other end.
Yeah, I'm on 70, so I think it's a professional standard. When I hear what you're saying, Rebecca, with the different angle, but I sort of find the time of the day and those shadows and where they're placed are quite hard, and I think that it's quite bright on the whole landscape like that. So, but I find that the green has no rhythm, has no flow. It sort of stops me a wee bit. There's little pieces in there that I think are quite fantastic and beautiful, and the colours, definitely work. But I just sort of find that angle and that foreground quite heavy, and you're not flowing around this image that comfortably, but mainly about the lighting not being quite right as well.
Okay, and let's hear from Francis, please.
Yes, I have it on 78 in the bronze. I do enjoy the colour palette. I enjoy the flow of the left-hand side of the image very much. I do struggle a little bit with that right arm going, it leads me out of the image, and I don't really know where I'm going next. And I just wondered if this could be cropped in a different way so it holds me more in the center of the image, but I'm listening. Maybe there is a solution to that. But yeah, overall a very nice image.
Okay, back to you, Rebecca.
I might have a bit of a hard road here. I see where you're going with that harsh time of day, agreed. However, you wouldn't get those lines of those shadows coming out, which gives to me a bit more dynamicism in there. I also really think it's brilliant how there's trees and then there's just this landscape of desolate nothing next to it. So you've got river with water but no plants, and then you've got river with plants, and they're both together, which I don't know that I've seen that as well before. Yeah, let's see how we go.
Rescore, please. We are 78, so Bronze Award. Congratulations. Next image, please. Oh, have we not? Oh, sorry. Okay, judges are actually all pretty even. 73 professional standards. Can we have a comment from Tony Carter, please?
The framing of this is outstanding. The messages as well. To get it up into an award standard, I think you might need to provide a bit more environment and really look at the highlights. Those colours are exceptional, and so is the red on the signage. So I can see why you're attracted to it, but just think about what's missing from the frame and just work on your highlights.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 63 professional standards. Can we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
Look, it's really tough when you're going to photograph a subject that we've all seen, which is a wave. So how do you do it in a way that's new, that's different, that's novel, that's exciting? That's not easy. I suspect it's going to be a lot to do with your crop, and I imagine here that you've got the top part that's probably not really adding to that sense of motion that you have with the wave below. So let's try a horizontal crop, a little bit longer, and that may just give you a little bit more breathing room for this image.
Thank you. We'll go to the next image, please. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have something from Roger, please?
Yeah, I just love the minimalism, the rhythm, the sort of marching through, and the delicacy of it, really. Really peaceful image, beautiful, exquisitely presented. Well done.
Thank you. Right, we're going to ask Rebecca to have a break, and Mike, would you like to come back on, please? Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 68, which is professional standards. Could we have a comment for the photographer from Mike, please?
A tighter crop would make this much stronger. There's too much information in the frame. Be more immediate, more direct, and you'll make it stronger.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which are all pretty much around. It's a bronze award for the photographer. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Francis, please?
Yeah, well seen. I do enjoy the photographer used the icebergs as a horizon line there. Very well done. Handled the sky very well. Probably just in the highlights it needs to be refined a little bit. We're losing a little bit of detail, and also the water in the foreground could be just soften off a bit darker, so it sort of causes a bit more of a contrast to the rest of the image. But well seen.
Thank you. Next image, please. Jace, could you jump in for Francis, please?
Sure, could. So I change my... Okay.
Okay, we have an initial score of 77, but there is an automatic challenge from Roger.
I challenge this because I don't really understand it.
What was your score, Roger?
And I think my score's 87. I looked at it and thought, is this a beach? And turned my head round, but it didn't quite fit. I've got no idea quite what that is, but as a piece of visual design, I think it's original, it's different, and it's better than the norm. Yeah, just the way it's put together with a beautiful dominant blue, going precisely to each corner and then precisely intersecting with that sandy coloured hue. I've no idea what that is, but it's and the contrast of the warm and the dark, and then the light on the on the left hand corner. It's really different, and for that reason I've rewarded it. So come talk to me, judges.
Okay, we need to talk to Jace.
Yeah, I gave it 73, maybe also because I didn't understand it. I can't say you've helped me understand it any further, so might leave us at a bit of an impasse, but I'm trying hard to find a way to, if not understand it, at least interpret it. And as a pure abstract collection of colours, it's interesting, but it doesn't grab me in any meaningful way. And so I think the fact that I keep coming back to try and find a literal interpretation tells me that it's wanting a bit in the abstracts end of the spectrum as well. So that's probably all I can say.
Okay, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 76 for its abstract nature. I noticed that when it first came up, 3 judges walked up to it and they tipped their head over, and it's really quite uncomfortable to look at. That's what I sort of think. It's uncomfortable to the eye. That's the first thing, is you feel like you almost got vertigo or something like that. So you twist your head just to try and get some sort of balance thing going. So I think that's what the main problem is for me, to go up into a higher award than the 76 that I've given it, which I think is not a bad score for it.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
I think what I'm trying to articulate is the photographer has seen something in a landscape that we isn't immediately obvious, and in art I think there's a skill in that, and that's a gift, if you like. The more I look at it, I mean, I see sort of sails, textiles maybe, look, I'm just rewarding it because it is so unusual, and it's got a visual aesthetic.
Okay, please rescore. Okay, and we have a score of 78, Bronze Award. Well done to the photographer. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a Bronze Award. Okay, you're all about the same. Can we hear from Mike, please?
Yeah, well done. This is a great composition. Everything about it is actually correct, but you haven't gone beyond everything being correct. And I think sometimes you just need to break a rule or transcend your own skills, push yourself further. And I think this could have gone further.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. We have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Tony Carter, please? I'll get my words out.
You've really set the scene for a movie. It looks like a trailer for something, doesn't it? With that intensity and the lighting, and so beautifully directional. And you led down the street, and the name of it. It's fantastic. Probably what I'm missing is sort of some sort of element to take to that really provides the moody background with a presence. There's it just about needs a person or something more in the foreground to really give this image some impact. But well done. Keep going. It's quite beautiful.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 72 professional standards. You're all about the same, judges. Can I have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
At risk of sounding like I'm repeating myself, but it perhaps would be for a previous image where the sense of motion has been captured, but I can't really see the direction in which it's going, so I think another crop to the horizontal may have actually helped this here with that sense of flow by introducing that.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 74, which is professional standards, and Mike's got his hand up for the challenge.
I gave this 81. I actually feel it's a very successful image with a strong dynamic foreground. And the shapes in the foreground are actually reiterated by the opposite shapes in the sky. And I find those elements are actually making my eye very interested in looking at this image. So let's just look at it as being a little bit more successful.
Okay, Tony Stewart, we need to hear from you, please.
Professional standard for me. I was perhaps a little bit tight there, Mike, so look, I will adjust my score. I'm thinking the dark tree on the right just seems a little bit too heavy in comparison, but I do like that analogy that you've pointed out with the lines in the sky with that shape, so I do give some credit for that.
Okay, and Roger, you're in the middle.
Look, I guess I read this as an essentially depressing image, really, with dead trees, either lying just cut, or in the water there. So, but yet the lighting was sort of jolly, if you like, with nice bright grass, and wasn't, not somber. So it was as if the photographic choices in terms of lighting and production didn't match what I thought was the story of the image. I scored 76, so I felt it deserved a bronze for the reasons that Mike talked about. But to go into silver, I think it needed to have a bit more sort of resolution.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Okay, let's just let's enjoy it because it's the last one, and let's think about the eye going to the tree that disturbed you a little bit, and I think that tree, if you take it out, just think of taking it out, all of a sudden there's a hole there, and the image doesn't bring you back into the frame. So with that dark one pointing back in again, is the holistic part of the image. So I think there's been decisions made here that bring your eye right around and back in, and it's one of those quiet ones. You look at it and you go, there's nothing really happening here, but the longer you look, the more the structure of this, the more the graphics of it take hold and take your eye and make it interesting. So the longer I talk, the more interested you're going to become.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Well talked, Mike. And that is us for the landscape category here at the Iris Awards, sponsored by Canon. The landscape category is sponsored by Ilford. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the judges. Thank you to out the back, and thank you to my panel chair assistant, Justine. We are finished. Thank you.